1 2 test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Thank you for tuning in, folks. If anybody is listening, or indeed if you're listening back, I'm just testing out some equipment here tonight, new studio setup, so just playing some archive stuff. So you'll hear me popping in and out.
You are learning what it takes to build a better world.
We must rebuild trust for a better future.
You're gambling with World War III.
How dare you!
Shoot them dead.
It comes from China.
Tensions escalating on the Texas border.
Misinformation.
Misinformation.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
We had a more serious pandemic of crazy revolutionary behaviour.
Comrades, the education system now is being organised to turn young people into activists to further the revolution.
Marxism feigns or fakes concern for people and groups, particularly the oppressed.
This is communism. There's no better word for it.
Unless people are going to come back with a new personality and an evolved attitude, we're not going to win. certain types of speech. And of course, I agree with that statement, and it is healthy that people have free speech. Otherwise, so just a few thoughts on the concept of free speech and what that means. And obviously, people have been talking about this in recent years because of the authoritarian behavior of governments across Western countries in particular. Well, that's what we've been paying attention to anyway, how certain types of speech have been emphasized, other types of speech have been suppressed. People have been talking about it more and more and saying that it's part of our rights to have free speech. And of course, I agree with that statement, and it is healthy that people have free speech. Otherwise, discourse is being controlled by people with vested interests and so on. But also the subject has come up recently, I think, and actually can be counterproductive as well, because the subject has come up recently, and I've talked about it a few times in relation to Ireland and other countries. Should we allow people to have free speech, or should we accommodate people whose ideology is actually destructive for our country, namely Marxists, or people who are against what you would call patriotism? As I've talked about in my work, these people are indoctrinated and they are happy to enter the discourse to dominate, to push their ideology. And they tend to use nationalist platforms or right-wing platforms, whether it be on X or on podcasts or online forums or whatever it is, to spread their ideology. And if you try to take that ability away from them, they'll accuse you of being fascist, you don't agree with free speech and so on. But remember, when these people become more dominant and in control, they deny everybody else free speech. So there's a double standard being created. They're happy to use other people to further their own agenda, but when they're in control, they don't allow any free speech or opposition at all. So my argument is, why have mercy for them, why have respect for them, and why accommodate them when their ideology is actually destructive? And I've had this conversation with people recently talking about Irish X spaces. Should these people be allowed? They tend to enter the discourse and they have no respect. They're clearly there to push an agenda. When you disagree with them, they tend to get abusive and have these tantrums. They won't let other people talk. They're happy to, as long as they get their own way and you listen to them and allow them to spread their bile and spread their propaganda, everything's fine. The minute you question them and say that you don't agree with what they're saying, out comes the tantrum and they start becoming more aggressive. So this becomes a problem. I've talked about this as being a type of naivete based on people not understanding what Marxism actually is and how to spot the signs of it. For example, you'll get individuals coming in trying to convince us in Western, typical communist talking points, entering nationalist discussions or spaces and telling us how great it would be for the world to be ruled by China and Russia rather than more Western nations. They might talk about things like American imperialism. They might come out with talking points that the West built up its wealth by oppressing third world nations. Pro-communism talking points that life is great in countries like China and Russia. They try to deny the truth that these countries are authoritarian communist regimes. Whether they call themselves communist or not, they will deny anything about the human rights violations and how these countries are full of inequality, and they're not really these utopias that these countries often advertise themselves to be, like what China is doing with the videos of the skyscrapers and all this stuff, trying to convince people that they're an economic powerhouse and so on. Whereas you look at the truth is that you have a communist entity running the country who has kind of profiteered off people and squashes any sort of rebellion. It's a very controlled society. So these are typical kind of communist talking points. We've seen the same thing with the Iran war as well. Nobody seems to be talking about the communist element. These individuals are getting involved in discourse and talking about how America is evil, Israel is evil, and it's all about those two entities controlling the world and gaining geopolitical control. But they won't mention, of course, that you've got Russia, China, North Korea, and these entities all part of a new kind of communist alliance. So to people who don't quite understand what's happening, allowing people who are brainwashed like that into the discourse can be very, very destructive. And it's designed to, they're not involving themselves to spread any sort of knowledge or to have equal partnership or discourse or for the fun of communication. It's all about pushing propaganda. And in my view, there's a tremendous amount of naivety about this, and these people should be denied the right to do this. Nobody has the right to destroy the civilization that they are part of. And that's the history of this Marxist ideology, that it brainwashes people into being traitors against their own kind, their own countries, their own ethnic group often, and nobody has the right to do that. I have to point out as well that these concepts of free speech and so on, if you want to go back as far as, say, the ideology of classical liberalism, which has nothing to do with leftism today. It was the idea of people having individual rights, like the rights to own property, the right to free speech, the right to be religious or non-religious, to open a business or whatever it is. That ideology emerged because the world was coming out of the era of oligarchical rule, where we always had kings and queens telling us what to do. So then that's where classical liberalism came from. Now, I agree with those views and I agree with the idea of free speech, but remember that classical liberalism, that stance didn't take into account that what Marxism would become, which it is today, which is an international cult movement that wants global control, that's brainwashed hundreds of millions of people across the world, and that's bringing us towards World War III. So that ideology and the people involved were in no position to understand the situation we're in now, that we would have these movement of cult activists who are happy to hijack this concept of free speech and use it to manipulate us into getting their own way. And every time you allow someone brainwashed like that on the microphone, every minute they're on the microphone, they're taking us away from the solutions. It stops people with a more nationalistic right-wing stance of coming together and forming together as a group. It's what they do. They run down the clock, they cause confusion, they make things all about themselves, they dominate the discourse. So I think that kind of thinking is incredibly naive. What's actually more constructive is that we have a stance of hostility towards people like that and ideology. Don't allow them have the microphone, because they're not there for benevolent reasons. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of having discourse at all if you're going to allow this foreign enemy ideology to come in and mess everything up? I actually want to put a concept on the table as well about curbing the rights, right? So that is, the way to stop this movement, to stop them ruining everything, is to deny them rights as best we can, because they're not ordinary people. They're brainwashed into being activists. Say in Ireland, for example, recently there was, people who don't know about it, there was Aisling Murphy, who was an Irish woman who was killed several years ago, and the establishment and the political left tried to spin it into a gender-based violence issue. She was killed by a male immigrant who wasn't Irish. And everyone knew about this murder. They tried to spin it into a gender-based violence issue, skillfully trying to spin it away from being a mass immigration issue to being a feminism issue, which kind of feeds back into Marxism again. And interestingly, a female stand-up comedian by the name of Shivka, or whatever the fuck her name is, I can't remember her name, came out and made a video mocking this guy and so on and so forth. So this man lost his partner, and he rightly identified that it was connected in with mass immigration and, by extension, leftist policies. And you had this female comedian, others coming out criticizing this guy because obviously he's going against Marxism. I bring this up because these people are not normal. When they become brainwashed into acting that way, everyone's talking about this incident at the moment. You have to start looking at these people as being kind of subhuman. They have no conscience because of the brainwashing. So the idea of giving them rights and giving them free speech and so on is a little bit naive. You don't understand quite what you're dealing with, and I'd recommend you understand what Marxism really is and look at my presentation, which is my pinned tweet. If you're really serious about this, get a copy of my book to understand exactly what you're dealing with. This thing's from the pit of hell, and these people, because they're brainwashed, are essentially conscience-free individuals, and they don't deserve rights as far as I'm concerned. Any other thinking is far too soft and naive. They're part of an internationalist revolutionary movement that's pretty much Satanism repackaged, and it's going to just destroy the world unless we stop this thing. And the idea of treating them like normal human beings is never going to produce results. And with that being said, the concept of curbing the rights is a concept that I got from a Soviet defector by the name of Yuri Bezmenov, who was working for Novosti Press, which was the propaganda arm of the KGB in the Cold War era. He was stationed in India in the 1960s and later defected to the United States around 1970, I think it was. But he did an interview with G. Edward Griffin in 1983 or 84, I think it was, and also a presentation in Los Angeles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play an excerpt from this presentation that he did. I can put the link somewhere down below if someone reminds me, but this is a bit in the presentation where he talked about how to stop leftists from taking over. Before you let things get too far and things turn into a civil war or a big fight or even worse, invasion from the outside by another communist force, whatever it is, what you do is you curb their rights, take away, don't let them get organized into groups, don't let them spew their propaganda and nonsense before things get out of control. So I'm just going to play this clip here.
At that point, at the point of destabilization, also the process could be reversed. Again, easily than this. No CIA involvement at this point. You know what it takes here? Restriction of some liberties for small groups which are self-declared enemies of the society. As simple as that. Oh no, the media and liberals will tell you this is against the American Constitution. How can we, by force, deny the civil rights to criminals, for example? It's not good. Okay? So we allow them to, okay, if you allow the criminals to have civil rights, go on and bring the country to the crisis. This is a bloodless way to do. Curb the rights. I mean, not to put them in prison. No, I'm not talking about putting all the gays from San Francisco in the concentration camp. Do not allow them to take political force. Do not elect them to the seats of power, whether it is municipality level, state level, or federal level. It has to be beaten in the heads of American voters that a person like that in the seats of power is an enemy. Do not be afraid of this word. It is an enemy. If he is not an enemy here, he will be here. Later on, he will be shot, of course. But at this point, he is an enemy. Okay?
Just to take up that point there, this is what I've been trying to get across to people, that anybody brainwashed or we suspect of being brainwashed with Marxism of any kind is essentially brainwashed to be a traitor against their own country. And this applies no matter where you are in the world. If you're in Ireland or in the UK, Australia or the US, or not just the predominantly English-speaking countries, Western Europe, anywhere that has this problem, Canada as well, of course, is dealing with any of these brainwashed lefties when it comes to free speech, and they're trying to get dominance and so on of the discourse and their activism. You have to remember that these people are enemies. They're brainwashed into being traitors, and they're happy to capitalize on people's naivete, and they will always talk about free speech and so on to wiggle in there and dominate the discourse. But they know full well that this is what it's all about. If you control the discourse, control the information wars, you tend to control the narrative and you get your own way. So these ideas of free speech, it's a good thing. Of course it is, but we need to update them and take account of the situation we are in and understand that we're up against something that people in the early 1800s didn't quite know what this was going to develop into, and now we're in a situation where we're literally moving towards World War III, and we have people like, say, Alexander Dugin, who's a communist propagandist, talking about things like multipolarity, which the Marxists have been talking about for decades now. It's a bit of communist propaganda to brainwash Westerners into thinking that Russian and Chinese rule would be desirable for the world, and that there's kind of no difference between American imperialism or the Russians and Chinese being in control. Well, if anyone thinks that, I think you have to look at the human rights violations in some of those countries and how they treat their own people before you would think. Imagine how the Chinese would treat Western Europeans, or the British or the Irish, in fact, and the same thing for Americans. All these Russia, China, North Korea and their allies are all extremely hostile to Western nations. The idea that we should view them the same as the United States is absolutely ludicrous, but propaganda works. And I've heard people repeat this Duginist slop many times about multipolarity. He's not the only one talking about it. The World Economic Forum, the United Nations, all these other Marxist globalist entities have been talking about this for quite a while. So, as I always say, I would urge people to study into Marxism more. Once you identify people as being a leftist or a potential leftist, you have to start looking at them as the enemy, and don't treat them the same way as you would treat a normal person, because they're not. And I'll see you in the next video. Good evening, folks. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm just playing some archive stuff here with a new studio setup, just doing some testing and such. So just playing some old episodes, and I'll drop in and out.
People when they What do you say to people when they say, oh, but China used to be communist, it's not communist anymore, that was a different area, what are you talking about? They can't be so dangerous nowadays. What's your usual response?
Yeah, this is something I addressed in the book because this is a very important question. And
yes.
I was in the conservative. I was in the conservative event not too long ago, and one of the people in the audience said, "I'm so glad you talk about this because just today I was talking to a liberal friend." And she said, well, China is no longer a communist country. It's a capitalist country. And I don't have an answer for it. And that's important that people understand that China has always been a communist country. It's not that what they say. It's in their constitution. And they don't hide it. They absolutely don't hide it. It's right there in the open. And if you go to Tiananmen Square, that is the heart of the power structure in China. You still see Mao Zedong's portrait there, who had killed more than 80 million Chinese. It's still there. Nothing has changed. It is a communist country. What happened is the people here, especially the liberals, they refuse to see it. They want to be deceived. And that is the story of this book. So many people, it's not, you can't say, oh, the CCP are so cunning. They really deceived so many generations of American political leaders. But it's not that simple. Those political leaders, they wanted to be deceived. They wanted to see what's not there or what's there. They deceived by their own worldview, which is no longer biblical, which has been liberal and then Marxist.
Okay, so when I'm you come out with a great phrase recently talking about, okay, so when I'm explaining this subject overall to, say, the rookies or people who are refusing to see how influential Marxism is across the world, including the Western world, I kind of join the different causes. I look at, say, the Palestinian, actually the lefties show us what their agenda is by the stuff they get involved in. So it could be, trans rights or the Palestinian rights or radical feminism, climate change movement. And a lot of it, what kind of woke me up is that it was based on the class struggle concept of oppressor and oppressed, or somebody or some things being oppressed. And you came out with a great phrase recently to sum it up that a few people have kind of said it back to me, that you said that the issue is never the issue is always the revolution. Could you kind of expand on that for us, and what did you mean by that?
Yeah, so first, let me not take credit for something that's not mine. I had heard that phrase and knew that it came from somewhere, but didn't know where it came from, and found out later. But it comes from David Horowitz, who recently died. David Horowitz grew up radical. He wrote a very interesting book called Radical Son, and then he dipped out of being a left-wing radical. So he, if I remember correctly, and I know I'm on camera, but don't quote me specifically on this, double check me on this. I think he was actually involved with Students for a Democratic Society, with SDS. But he said that he picked up the motto from them, from the leftists. It wasn't just a mentality he was describing, but a motto that they understood intentionally on their own. And what it means is that the particular cause or issue that's in front of them is instrumental. It's not the thing they actually care about. If they're fighting for trans, they don't actually care about trans. They care about changing the political system, and they're using trans as, say, a hammer to do it, or a screwdriver, or whatever other tool. So every single issue they take up is an instrumental point. With feminism, it's not, the feminists certainly cared about women, and the trans activists, many of them do care about trans and trans issues, but the organizers on some level, and especially it's interesting because also the useful idiots, the foot soldiers, as some people end up calling them, the ideological zealots who get woke, don't care. I mean, they're emotionally invested, but they don't actually care that much about any given issue, which is why they can change issues so quickly. Like this week, they're all worked up about trans, and next week they're all worked up about Palestine, and the next week they're all worked up about, Mexican independence or something. And so, it just can switch. And I actually see this logic written. This isn't like that it evolved by the 1960s culture, 70s culture that David Horowitz was ensconced in. And he observed it. This is at the beginning, at least with Marxism. It's on the last page of the Communist Manifesto. I don't have it in front of me to quote it exactly, but the sentence is very much, it's right at the end. It's not the very, very end. Oh, yeah, you have it. So maybe I have to put my glasses on here. It's at the very, very end here. It says, communists, where is it? Do you have in short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. And so they believe there's a system that produces a status quo, and anything that can break the system, they say right there on the page, they support it. They are part of it. So the issue for them is not the issue. But then look at what it says below that, the next sentence. In all these movements, they bring to the front as the leading question in each the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. What does that mean? That means if they dive into the trans issue, they dive into the trans issue because of its destructive potential and to turn it to the communist purpose. In other words, this is exactly what I just said. It is an instrumental use of a particular issue at a particular time in a particular place because of its mobility and utility for damaging the existing system. So it is a model of overthrow. It is a model of tearing something down and seizing control of it. There's another saying, I've said it a lot in the past, I haven't said it in a long time, is that communists are great at conquest and bad at management. So they're really good at doing this and using whatever the issue is that's in front of them that's productive to take power that they then can't use correctly. I used to phrase that as communists don't know how. They don't know how anything works, but they know how to take it over. They know how to get control of an institution. They just can't do anything with it except use it to do the only thing that they do, which is raise consciousness, which is to say make more communists, and try to damage society further. And it doesn't matter what the existing society is. That's their target. So that's what that phrase means. And I'm not the progenitor of that phrase, as I made clear. I am a popularizer of that phrase. I didn't start attributing it as I should have until I learned where it actually came from, which was sometime after I heard the phrase, which sometimes happens with, things that are floating around out there.
Evening, folks. Just going to play my appearance on the Tom Nelson podcast recently, so you can see his handle there at Tom A. Nelson. Great host, great show. Had me on recently. There's his post. I'll probably repost that shortly, but a timestamped as well, so very nice work. And I'll just get this going here now. Anybody tuning in late, I'm just replaying some archive stuff here.
My guest today is Emmett Connor.
Well, Tom, great to speak to you finally in person, so to speak. To introduce myself, I'm an Irish author and analyst, and around 2015, I decided to specialize in what I believe to be the most important issue in the world today, which is Marxism or Marxist indoctrination, which goes by many different names. But it really is the central issue that's causing an awful lot of problems in the world right now. And it's becoming extremely dominant. But the incredible thing, Tom, is that people don't really know it's there, even after everything that's happened. So around that time, I decided that, we need to do something about this.
Do you want to define Marxism to start off?
Sure. Well, the best way to describe this, because there's so many different interpretations, and certainly when someone who's a newbie decides to find out what this is, they're going to be hit with lots of different definitions, similar kinds of problems, and they're from the conventional point of view, which I think are inadequate. But the best way to describe it is that it's an internationalist revolutionary ideology that seeks to pretty much destroy the established order and rebuild it as a sort of utopia. So they think that they are building a better world, but looking at the effects of whenever they try this, they seem to cause nothing but havoc. So whichever form it takes, if it's economics, what people call economic Marxism, which people call socialism, or it's the woke stuff, or it's the attempts at creating world government, open borders, the New World Order, whichever form it kind of takes is extremely destructive. And that really is the central issue. And I have to point out the definitions do confuse people. And I mean, communism is a pretty good label as well, but whichever label you use, you tend to run into problems. And then the people brainwashed with this stuff, Tom, tend to drag us into debates about what the words mean. And while we're wasting time doing that, we're not actually dealing with the real problem. But I think Marxism is a pretty good term for what we're dealing with.
So to boil it way down, am I right that it's destroying the establishment and trying to rebuild a utopia?
Absolutely, yeah. They believe they have the secret sauce or the magic wand for a better world. It's all built around the idea that there's so much oppression everywhere. And in order to fix that, we need to destroy any sort of hierarchies or previously existing power systems, everything from capitalism to Christianity, particularly the Catholic Church, of course, and any sort of hierarchies at all, including the differences between races, cultures, nations. All that stuff has to be swept away, including money itself. Anything that could possibly create oppression needs to be either transformed and rebuilt in their image or destroyed in order to create a better world, essentially.
And then by your definition, there's a lot of synonyms, right? Or globalism is one that means the same thing. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I actually have been on a bit of a personal journey myself in that I was absorbed with this New World Order stuff when I was a teenager, and I went off the deep end, like a lot of people, reading about the Freemasons and the Illuminati and all this stuff. But, if we use Occam's razor, the often the most simplest explanation for something is the correct one. And there was no need for us to go into conspiracy realm. There is a movement and an ideology which is talking about global control since the 1800s, and that is the international communist movement. So when people say globalism, it's a pretty good term for what we're dealing with. The open borders, mass immigration problem, which is all across the world. It's clearly coordinated. It's not just a grassroots movement. You've got the UN, the WEF, the European Union, all the globalist governments and the mainstream media, etc. All of them are pushing this, including elements of the corporate world. We can call this globalism, but when we look at the language they use and the initiatives they push, they all tie back into Marxism. So essentially what people call globalism or New World Order is just communism repackaged.
And then if you were to go up and ask people, are you a Marxist? Almost everybody would say no, right? And a lot of people are unwittingly kind of promoting Marxist stuff without knowing about it, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's one of the things I kind of reached a breakthrough myself, Tom, was that where's all this fanaticism coming from? There's a certain amount of indoctrination going on here. And when I started to delve into that more, I realized there's a lot of people thinking, or they seem to be speaking and giving us signs that they buy into some form of Marxism, but they don't even call themselves Marxists. Some people will call themselves communists, anarcho-communists, Marxist-Leninists, Trotskyite, whatever it is. But then there's other people in our populations across the Western world who they kind of think and act the same way in some respects, but they may not even be politically aligned. They may never have read any of the usual stuff like the Little Red Book or the Communist Manifesto, yet they're talking and acting in this way. So in other words, the problem is a lot bigger and more widespread than we previously thought.
So I think you said that the default for humans might be Marxism. You could say that?
Yeah, well, it's something I've noticed because I've lived in about 5 different Western countries right now. So Ireland, the UK, Australia, Malta, the United States. And I've dealt with this a lot when we deal with these so-called leftists or liberals. They seem to be repeating these same things to us wherever we go. So this really is an international problem.
And there are just tons of different examples that you give in your book of this, of policies that are Marxist. Like one example is open borders, right? That to be a good person, you should wave people across. People are the same and let's welcome everybody. That's what a good person would do, right? That's what they think.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there, Tom. It's like what they do is they manipulate your emotions and tell you you're a bad person if you don't go along with this. So they try to appeal to the more effeminate or feminine emotions in us, like compassion and care and so on. To tell us, they try and convince us we have a moral obligation. That's the veneer on the surface. And unfortunately, a lot of people buy into this, particularly if they're prone to thinking that way. But as we've seen, this is catastrophic. Migration or immigration. So really what's going on under the surface here is that it's all based on the idea that, as I was saying, they're trying to erase all the oppression in the world. In their view, the white people of European genetic stock historically have been the big oppressors in the world, which is a lie. And we somehow have a duty of care to people from third world nations for 2 reasons: because we're Caucasian pretty much, and because we've got capitalist societies, which is another form of oppression. So basically they're trying to create the world collective, right? Where there's no more races, no more cultures, no more borders. So we can all be happy little comrades and live in this globalist utopia. That's what they think they're doing. But obviously this is not a positive thing.
And there's one concrete example that's been on Twitter, I think, just in the last few days of they're talking about where are these people going to live in the UK, that it's millions of people, and could that cause a housing shortage? And some lady pulls a face about that. Do you know any details about that particular incident?
Well, not that one in particular, but this trend is definitely happening in Ireland and the UK as well, where obviously every country is going to have its issues. And Ireland and the UK are different, but they do have similar kinds of problems. I know that Ireland, there's a housing shortage. This has been going on for years, yet the government doesn't seem to be doing anything about this, yet bringing in massive amounts of immigrants who need to be housed, and they're being put in IPAS centres or international protection applicant centres pretty much. And clearly the Irish and the British are catching on that they're being put in the second class almost, which is quite ironic because the Marxist camps say they don't want any more classes, but clearly they're prioritizing the immigrants over the natives, and this is very alarming.
And then another example that's dear to my heart is the whole climate scam, right? That the Western people, they're oppressing other folks by causing bad weather, and there need to be reparations, and there's so many plans to create a utopia with great weather also. This new utopia is going to have perfect weather, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the whole climate change movement was pretty much the Marxists just, again, trying another way of revolution. It's based on the idea that the planet's being oppressed, it needs to be saved. So that's the emotional hook I was talking about. And then, again, it's anti-capitalism because, of course, the big culprits here, the oppressor here is Western capitalistic nations with all that horrible economic output. Of course, none of this applies to CCP China or Russia. They can kind of just do whatever they want, of course. But another part of this is that they're trying to weaken Western nations economically, because I believe that part of the long-term goal here is actually war against the West. So if you weaken countries economically, they're a bit more prone to being destroyed in military terms. And the green movement is a very good way of weakening Western nations. But it's all a load of nonsense. A lot of people have kind of caught on to this. And you look at what the economic damage that the green agenda does to countries. It literally bleeds money, the way they're insisting on throwing all this money into renewables and so on. and dismantling the fossil fuel fired plants and nuclear plants and so on. This is catastrophic for nations, particularly in economic terms.
So in the case of the climate scam, it looks to me like that one is fading away, and they pushed so many chips onto that one that they really pinned their hopes to the climate one, didn't they? Or do you see that as a much smaller part than I do?
No, that's definitely a big one for sure. And the funny thing is, as you just kind of mentioned, what they do is they try out a new type of scam, and it's like a magic spell where it kind of works on people for a while, and then it starts to wear off, and people go, "Hang on a minute, this is ridiculous." You know, these electric cars are terrible. They're exploding left, right, and center, and so on. You know, there's like people start to catch on and push back against this, but it definitely is a very powerful one. And I have to mention, of course, that the Club of Rome, established in 1968, the World Economic Forum, established in 1971. You have these big organizations, powerful, with a lot of money behind them, pushing these agendas through the kind of leftist biased or globalism biased governments to literally restructure how we do things, to the point where they, you know, are even controlling as well, I should mention, what people eat now, you know, pushing the planetary health diet or veganism and so on, which is another thing that arguably weakens Western nations. And so, and as we know, looking at the history, the communists have this obsession with controlling the food supply, which is incredibly dangerous, because obviously if you control the food, you can control a population and there's no chance of resisting. So the climate agenda is incredibly dangerous, even though it doesn't have, to some people, it doesn't seem to have that, you know, scary kind of edge to it, but it is extremely dangerous.
You mentioned the controlling what we eat. I mean, they're trying to push this eat the bugs thing. Do you think they're going to give up on that because it's so unpopular?
Well, I've noticed over, you know, doing this for a few years, I'm sure you've noticed as well, Tom, that we shouldn't be surprised at this stage, the crazy stuff that's coming out. And we didn't think that, you know, 10 years ago, people would actually be walking around society trying to tell us there's no such thing as male and female anymore. If you said that to somebody 15 years ago, they would say that's never going to happen. That's obvious. That's an axiom. No one would ever question this. But here we are, and now they're pushing the whole eating the bugs thing. So it's almost like they're testing to see how far people will accept these crazy ideas, and then they kind of have you. But of course, the kind of the globalistic elites types, which people just call the global elites, but they don't see the fact that they're ideologically Marxist, like your George Soros types and so on, or, you know, your Ursula von der Leyen or your Klaus Schwab types, they're going to be eating whatever they want. And so just like with the climate scam and your Al Gore types, you know, they push one agenda, but in their own personal lives, they just keep continuing living the high life. So anyone who buys into this stuff is just, you know, useful idiot, pretty much.
So how about the war on cows, or the war on farming in general? They've used the climate scam as the reason mostly for that fight. Do you think they're going to just continue the fight against farming and use something else, not climate?
Yeah, that's an important one. And certainly in Ireland, the UK and Europe, the farmers have been kind of organizing these protests, and they seem to be intent on pushing them or coercing them to kind of play ball. Farmers, many of them are kind of struggling, particularly in Ireland. There's, you know, it's very easy for things to go wrong, for them not to make money, and so on. So then we have this coercion coming in from the European Union. So I don't really know where they're going with this long term, but unfortunately, some of the protests seem to have kind of dissipated a little bit. I think because there's money involved here as well. Obviously, when you're fighting against Marxism, you really need to fight the ideology and to keep fighting. Otherwise, it tends to keep coming back. So I'm not sure what their next move is, but it's very alarming when you have these crazy people trying to get control of the agriculture.
How popular is the war on farming with voters in Ireland?
Well, the kind of when it comes to the democratic system in Ireland, Tom, the whole thing is a bit of a shambles, because there is no right-wing representation in the Irish Parliament, or the Irish Dáil, we call it. All the groups are pretty much pro-globalism to one degree or another. So when it comes to the voting base, many of the sensible people wouldn't agree with this at all, but they're not really going to get a look in, to be honest. And it's all a question of the Irish government has stated several times through people like Micheál Martin and Leo Varadkar, who have both been Prime Minister or Taoiseach at various times. They pretty much said that their allegiance is not to the Irish people. pretty much, including the European Union. Even Leo Varadkar was actually a disciple of the World Economic Forum's, training program and so on. So, the situation in Ireland is very dire, and the establishment is all in with globalism pretty much.
Just as an aside, how confident are you in the vote counting in Ireland? Do you have to have photo ID, or is it a lot of mail-in, or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the technicalities of the system, but there's definitely been a lot of talk about the fact that there's a lot of vote rigging and so on. The establishment obviously doesn't want anybody getting in there who is a nationalist. And as well as that, you've got a massive portion, or patriotic, should I say. There's a lot of people in the general public in Ireland as well who are themselves brainwashed too, and they don't want anyone right wing getting in there. So I'm sure there's a certain amount of rigging going on, but the political right in Ireland has been so slow to get itself organized that it's almost like the establishment and the leftist camp don't even have to cheat that much, because the right wing is so disorganized, if that makes sense.
So what comments do you have a few years out now on the whole COVID thing as the impetus for the Great Reset? They had the hopes that they were going to have us all with digital vax passes, et cetera. Or how's it looking now from your perspective?
Well, I think a lot of people have in Ireland have been taught. Some people still analyze what happened to this day pretty much. And I'm one of many different people who never played ball with that at all, never got any of the vaccines or anything like that. We all went through the lockdowns, and people were blaming it on the government, the pharmaceutical industry, and the globalist agenda, but they didn't make the connection with that and communism, which I like to point out, that the CCP was clearly involved. It came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which I mentioned in the book, was under the investigation by the American Department of Defense. They were experimenting on the People's Liberation Army soldiers and so on. So there's clearly a connection there. And several Chinese American documentary makers talked about how the situation was allowed to develop by the CCP, and then it became a global problem. And obviously the CCP has got a lot of input when it comes to the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization via the United Nations. So that's the thing that people didn't notice. I mean, when people's movements are being controlled, you're being put on lockdowns, you're being asked to take injections. On top of that as well, people are being given COVID payments, but they're told not to go to work or not allowed to open their businesses that day. A lot of businesses folded. All this stuff has the fingerprints of communist totalitarianism all over it, but unfortunately, people didn't make the connection.
So it seems like they've tried again. They were trying with monkeypox and hantavirus and Ebola. What are the odds in your mind that they're going to successfully panic everybody again in the next maybe 10 years? For some sort of thing, epidemic?
Well, yeah, it's a scary thought, isn't it, that people would be gullible enough to fall for this again. And I'm sure they will try it. I mean, the way I see it, Tom, every single individual who took the vaccine for whatever reason, that is kind of, that was a win for Marxism as a whole, the way I see it. They never have to convince everybody all the time to go along with the agendas, whether it's mass immigration, whether it's radical feminism or any of the woke stuff. It's like every person that buys into this stuff is helping the global communist revolution. All this stuff that we've kind of listed does damage to Western nations in some way, shape, or form. And the COVID situation, one of the things that was clearly an economic attack on Western nations with the COVID payments, businesses shutting down, and so on. So even if they try something new and there's even less of an uptake this time, it's still a little bit of damage that we just don't need at this time.
Well, I think you used the word kryptonite more than once in your book, if I have that right. You remember those were good quotes. What were those? You remember?
Oh, I'm trying to remember now. Maybe it was something like, about, say, when it comes to economics, that Marxism is like is kryptonite to economic prosperity. It tends to cause destruction. But the same principle can be applied all across Marxism. If you apply Marxist rhetoric to, say, the education system, pushing DEI or, DEI quotas in any sort of profession or the education system, it causes havoc. Marxism in economics causes havoc too. Like I was talking about, if you let them get involved with country management agriculture, anything like that, it causes damage as well. So that's definitely a common thread. This stuff is extremely toxic, whichever form it takes, pretty much.
One thing that I had not heard much about until you pointed it out is the effect of Marxism on Africa itself, right?
Yeah, this is a big one, and I mean, I remember when in the 80s, as a little kid, I remember we had this thing called Band-Aid, which was like pushed by people like Sir Bob Geldof, who's an Irish leftist pretty much, and some other characters who were talking about we need to start raising money for Africa. And I was raised with that we somehow have a duty of care to send all this money to Africa. And we were told as well, the reason why Africa is poor is because of all the European colonialism. And I bought into that. So the different empires were present in Africa over the history, including, say the British, the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch influence as well. The Italians at one point under Mussolini in Ethiopia, all that stuff. We were it was bred into us that we somehow have to look after them. But when I start doing more of my research, I realized that with the spread of communism, particularly from the 1920s onwards and the decades that followed, that there was this movement to liberate all these nations, which affected Ireland too and other places. So we were told that we needed to liberate ourselves from this evil colonial rule. But when you looked at what happened in Africa, you basically had, particularly the main culprits were African intellectuals. These were African men. Genetically speaking, they weren't European genetic stock. They went to universities and so on, including people like Mugabe, Robert Mugabe, of course, who were indoctrinated with Marxist ideas, came back to their countries, and even though it started much earlier than him, and they kind of told other Africans, we need to liberate ourselves. And they started to have this idea that they should be free from the yoke of Western colonial oppression. And then they went down the Marxist road. They drove out the whites from positions of authority and management, and everything just went nightmare, because Marxism, as we talked about, centralizes everything. They confiscate private property, and then that caused havoc, particularly noticeable in places like South Africa eventually, and Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. But this happened all across the continent, and unfortunately, because of all the propaganda which supported by the Soviet Union and Red China, it's managed to persist, and it's even drifted into American culture with the whole BLM movement. Of course, people bought into this notion that whites somehow owe blacks. But when we look at human history, as my last point here, all of the races have engaged in slavery and oppression of each other and their own group as well. The idea that the white race has been the chief oppressor is just communist propaganda, pretty much.
How do you see it right now? How do you see China's effect on Africa right now? Because I hear from some people who live in Africa that the Chinese are helping build roads and bridges. There's some positive effect there?
Well, yeah, that's I know what you're getting at, but at the same time, when communists do stuff like this, there's always a catch. So what they're doing is they're using economics and the Belt and Road Initiative to try to grab as much territory as possible. They're investing in infrastructure. I heard that they have managed to, they directly or indirectly control all the ports around the perimeter of the African continent, which is really extraordinary, and nothing would surprise me because they've been working away at this for decades. So there's usually seems to be benefits on the surface, but then there's a catch, and the catch is that the continent of Africa, unfortunately, is now going to fall into the grip even more so of the CCP and possibly Russia in there as well. I know that the Chinese are using, I think it's the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Chinese are in there using the black natives as pretty much slave labor to extract the cobalt from the mines, which they will use to sell electric vehicles to the West. So this is typical how communism works. It's kind of like they're like parasite or like a locust, and they're trying to gain as much control of as much territory as they can, pretty much.
Yeah, so they are playing the long game, and the reason they're doing all this stuff in Africa is because they want those resources. All right.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know if you want to get more into the geopolitical stuff, but we're actually in a very alarming situation, because if they control Africa, if we look at the communist movement in terms of, say, being Russia, CCP, China, North Korea, their allies, including Iran, as well as the WEF, United Nations, European Union, if they're all pretty much on the same side, more or less, that means that they're going to control all the land between the Sea of Japan
and the Atlantic coast on the west coast of Portugal and Ireland and so on. You know what I mean? It's a tremendous amount of territory for them to control using economics. And the funny thing is they haven't really had to engage in warfare that much just yet, aside from Ukraine. So this is a very alarming situation.
Do you think there is a grand plan from China and or Russia to turn the entire world Marxist then?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe that we did kind of talk about how, you know, earlier in our private correspondence about how not everybody's in the same level of understanding of what communism really is. And that's fair enough. That's no offense to anybody, because this thing is so good at repackaging itself. But if we look at history and we look at some of the great Soviet defectors like Anatoly Golitsyn, who wrote The Perestroika Deception, Yuri Bezmenov, who's pretty much part of the pop culture now. All these guys talked about how the Russians were planning to fake the collapse of the USSR and turn it into a new type of communism via, you know, Gorbachev Foundation and the climate change movement and so on. So it's the same ideology driving all this, but they're just very sneaky about how they do it. The amazing thing is that people are so they've forgotten what this monster is. They've forgotten that they don't really realize that it's very disturbing that Russia now is planning to eventually take the whole of Ukraine. Also Israel. So that's another piece in the chessboard they have, and that army is moving west pretty much. And also the Israel-Palestine thing is connected in with this too. That's also kind of like a proxy war in the Middle East in general. We already mentioned Africa, which really leaves Europe next, which is already in disarray. And you have a massive portion of because the European Union and all the treason and all these Western European nations, they're in danger of kind of, as you've seen in the States as well, Tom, people are so brainwashed, they're actually sympathetic to the idea of Russia and China being the dominant authorities in the world now, and that there's almost no difference between them and the US or the Western nations doing it, which is a very scary thought. I mean, you look at what the Chinese do to their own people with the slave labor and so on. Imagine what they would do to Europeans and so on. So absolutely, I think there's a big push that to push this ideology internationally, and that's why we hear terms like multipolarity. You know, it's another piece of communist propaganda to make people kind of go along with all this, which is really alarming.
Did you see Brexit, the success of Brexit, was that some sort of minor victory against the Marxists?
Well, that's a great question, and it's the first time I've been asked that, actually. I think it kind of was on paper in a way. It seems to be that the electoral democratic system in the UK seemed to be functioning at least well enough to allow that to happen, despite the Labour Party and the leftist elements who obviously don't want to leave the European Union. It seemed to be kind of a victory on paper, but it hasn't really solved anything, I don't think, in the long run, because the UK is highly contaminated with Marxism, which is essentially treason. It's really incredible because the UK, when you think of how proud they used to be of being British, and it was obviously tied into the imperialism thing slightly, that you would consider them being extremely patriotic on the surface, but because of the decades of Marxist indoctrination now, it's almost become taboo to be a British patriot. And now there's a bit of a struggle going on. But this pattern, I've seen this across many Western countries, Tom, where people are waking up a little bit too late, I think, because Marxism has been so sneaky. I'm not saying things are hopeless, but just that this right-wing pushback is trying to now get back in control of the situation. So to kind of circle back to your question, I think that Brexit seemed to be kind of a victory, but it hasn't necessarily stopped the inflows that much because of the treasonous elements in the UK establishment.
What is your view on Trump and Marxism? Is he fighting against it, or is he being somehow controlled by Marxists?
I believe that he is. I mean, obviously, I haven't met the guy, and I've watched many of his clips, and I think that he seems to be a decent man, even though I've contemplated him a lot, and you hear a lot of conflicting opinions about him, even within the states, and as well in Western nations, including Ireland, because of communist propaganda. A lot of people have this kind of reluctance to be pro-American. I think they've been conditioned to thinking that America is an evil force that's trying to take over the world, which is what the communists were doing. So from what I see on the surface, I think that Trump seems to be against communism, and he seems to be very, aware of the threat of CCP, China, and Russia, and so on. However, okay, he's a politician. I'm not in that man's shoes. He seems to have sometimes, maybe it's not even a criticism, because for people like us, it's very easy for you and me, Tom, or someone else to say, if I was sitting there talking to Xi Jinping, I would give him a piece of my mind or whatever. Maybe that's not the best thing for him to do in that role. So in other words, he doesn't seem to be as opposed to it as maybe I would be or someone else would be, but maybe that's the better road for him to take. Maybe behind the scenes they are fully aware of how dangerous this movement is, but on the surface they try not to be too obvious about it. But I think the presence in the Middle East and their stance, the establishment's stance on Iran, is the right road to take, because as I've said to a few people recently, if you don't take the territory, the communists will. And that's unfortunately the reality of the situation we were in. So because people, they've been so conditioned to think that war is wrong, conflict is wrong, we all want peace, why are they doing this? I don't think they quite understand what we're dealing with here. Communism never went away, it's still there. And you won't stop this thing with just diplomacy and nice words. You need to actually take physical action. And in my opinion, and I did mention this in the book as well, the United States establishment and the military is probably the major factor standing in the way of things getting really bad. Because as we've seen over decades of what people call woke, cultural Marxism has weakened Western nations so much to the point where now the Communist Alliance is in a good position to go on the offensive. And that's exactly what they're doing. So the CCP's belligerents in the South China Sea and so on, they're clearly throwing their weight around. They're chomping at their bit to take Taiwan. Russia's already in Ukraine. And, we're in a very potentially dangerous situation here. So I support what Trump is doing from what I know. He seems to be pretty anti-communist.
So I hear multiple people in the U.S. who are black-pilled, and they say there's a uniparty here and elections don't matter. Why are we even voting? You don't see it that way. You think elections do matter? And maybe this 2028 presidential election in the U.S. does matter globally?
Oh, absolutely. I think the U.S. is the key, because if the U.S. doesn't get control of this Marxism problem and you allow the traders to constantly distract you, cause problems, and they're colluding with the communist elements I mentioned, then I think the world is in serious trouble. So when it comes to elections, I'm not one of these people who think that, unfortunately, a lot of people look at elections where they don't really want to learn about what's happening in the world. They just want to vote for the good person and let them do all the work. I don't think we're going to be allowed to do that in the situation we are in. I think that elections are important. They can be important. It's a good opportunity for the patriots to show what they're made of, to show that they love their country and make sure somebody decent gets in there. But my point is that there needs to be awareness in American society that that's not the end of it. An election is not going to just fix anything. And I don't know how many people in the United States are kind of pro-Marxism in their thinking. I mean, the population is almost 340 million, something like that. There's clearly a massive portion of the population who are anti-American in their thinking, and they're not just going to evaporate because of an election. They're not going to give in. So politics, elections, they have their roles, but I think there needs to be a society-wide, push to get these people out of all positions of authority across the country.
So do you think that the existence of the Second Amendment in the U.S. is important for the whole world?
Oh, absolutely. I think that this is what you saw when Obama was in there as a lifelong Marxist, of course, disciple of Saul Alinsky and that called Chicago cesspit of Marxism. And you look at people like him, we're always trying to push gun control and so on. So I think that that's a key thing. It stops the government from becoming too totalitarian in their stance, and it's one of the key differences between Ireland, the UK, and Australia as well. They used to have, it was easier to get guns than they had the Port Arthur massacre, and now look at what the Australian government is doing to the Australians with COVID and everything else. They pretty much got the place on lockdown, and in my opinion, Australia is in a very similar position to Canada. Save a miracle, it may be under the grip of communism completely. So the ability to defend yourself and to use weaponry and so on is makes a big difference, I think.
Yeah, so you may have mentioned that your book is over 600 pages, and there's so much detail in there. And you go in great detail about the death toll of Marxism. I think you came up maybe with 100 million. Was that it?
Well, it's kind of a tricky one, and unfortunately, I can't give an accurate answer because I'm always going off secondhand sources. Some people like R.J. Rummel, who was a professor at the University of Hawaii, he was famous for coining the phrase democide, or governments killing their own people. He puts the estimate up around 200 million or something similar, which is really extraordinary. But even it was, say, the more conservative estimate of 100 million. That is still pound for pound the biggest killer of all time, to my knowledge. In the book, I compared it to maybe a close contender is the bubonic plague of the 12th century or whatever century it was, the Black Death. But besides that, pound for pound, there isn't a bigger killer. I interviewed Dr. Bill Warner in 2018 on my Resolving Reality podcast. And he's an expert in Islam and what happened there. And he was saying the death toll of Islam was probably around 270 million since the 7th century. But that's a massive time span. Communism, when we're talking about the death toll of what people call communism or Marxism, Leninism, is pretty much from 1917 onwards in the Bolshevik Revolution until the collapse of the Berlin Wall circa 1989. So even if it was just 100 million, that's a tremendous amount of death. But I think it's actually gotten worse, Tom, because when you look at all of the different types of Marxism that have sprung, particularly with the influence of the Fabian Society, Antonio Gramsci, the Frankfurt School, the postmodernist movement, they've twisted how people's perception of reality and ethics and right and wrong so much, which is also tied in with the feminist movement as well, is that creates death and destruction unto itself. You know, we've had almost, I think it was 60 million, or was it so many millions of aborted babies in the States since the 1960s, thanks to feminism and so on. So not only does this thing, has it killed people historically through warfare, government, controlling the food supply and so on, like we talked about, it also prevents life. And it damages life from developing, which is really extraordinary, including through the trans movement as well. You know, the trans ideology creates sterility. This thing just creates death left, right, and center.
So it sounds like the attacks on America are on many different parts of America. The economy itself, it's interconnected, but the traditional family too, right? Marxists do not like the traditional family, at least in the U.S.
Yeah, this is it. And even Marx and Engels even talked about this, which is, from the mid 1800s onwards, that the family unit was kind of oppressive because it's based on a hierarchy where the man oppresses the woman and she's kind of like a slave and so on. And Engels brought out one of his pamphlets in the 1870s, I think it was Private Property and the State. And I can't remember the quote, but he pretty much said that, the emancipation of women was dependent about getting them into the workforce and so on, so they could break free the shackles of oppression and all this stuff, which obviously pushed women into the collective of workers, which is another thing communism seems to be obsessed with. So this thing about destroying the family unit has another benefit as well. It goes right back into the history of communism, but it has another benefit too, we've seen, in that the parents are supposed to be the first line of defense between your child and all the dangers in the world. And as we've seen with the education system, they need to get the parents out of the equation. If you destroy the traditional family unit, you get the parents out of the way, get the kids into school at as young age as possible and indoctrinate them so they can become, good little revolutionary as part of the, global citizens, as part of the global collective. So this is a massive issue. Even in Ireland a few years ago, they were trying to change the definition of the family, and they brought in this term called durable relationships, instead of man and woman. So they're always trying to just weave this web here, and it's really one of the destructive effects that literally changes the fabric of society, and not for the better.
So how do you explain this crazy thing about drag queen story hour at local libraries? Like, who's pushing that and why are they pushing that?
Yeah, that's a really strange one, isn't it? And I think a lot of this stuff is coming from the United Nations directive, as well as the leftist groups and the NGO non-profit complexes are pushing this because again they're obsessed with this idea that oppression occurs in society and we need to eradicate that. How do we do that? Well, we need to get rid of all those dinosaurs, all those stupid people who believe in male and female, the kind of people who make fun of cross-dressers or drag queens and so on. They're all a waste of space. They're going to disappear into history. We need to have new generations of children who are open-minded, who are conditioned into not being so bigoted and xenophobic and racist and transphobic. And that's why the education system has essentially been taken over to condition the kids to be good global citizens. So they're being conditioned to be, sympathetic to feminism, the climate change movement, trans ideology, and that's kind of where drag queen story time comes in. And a lot of that sociological stuff, Tom, is quite disturbing because a lot of these communist types over history seem to have an obsession with population levels, eugenics, controlling what kind of society we have. It's a lot of that's based around the idea of the socialist man, which particularly the Fabian Society talked about. They're trying to create a new society where everybody participates in the revolution. And that's why even in the Communist Manifesto, the plank number 10 was free education in the public schools, and that was written in 1848. And we look at what's happening in Ireland or the US or anywhere in the world, the Western nations today, you see the education system is massively important to them because they can build a new society by creating these new generations of little comrades, pretty much.
Do you think there was something of a backfire in COVID where students were learning at home and parents had a better chance to see what they were pushing on the kids, and the parents pushed back? I heard something about that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Maybe that's one of the few positives that came out of this. But unfortunately, because of, I've thought about this a lot, the way the human mind works, if, unless parents are millionaires, they're going to have to earn a living and go to work. And you're going to have to give your children, after COVID, going to have to give your children into the care of these educators. Now, unless you literally are standing in the room with these teachers or you've got hidden cameras or something with microphones, how are you supposed to know what they're being taught? And as I spoke about, one of the main points of my work, Tom, is that we can't really stop this thing if people are so ignorant of Marxism, they don't know what to look for. So parents have a massive responsibility here. And I do have a few paragraphs towards the end of the book with some advice to parents about they need to get good at sussing people out for brainwashing and keeping them away from your kids, whether they're teachers or your neighbor or a relative or whoever it is, a sports coach, or community, club, figure or whatever it is who may have any sort of contact with your children, that they're not pumping these ideas into their heads. And that goes for siblings too, unfortunately. We've heard lots of stories of the older sibling goes to university and comes back spewing all this Marxist rhetoric, and it just spreads from person to person like that. Hence why I call it a pandemic, pretty much. It's a pandemic of indoctrination. And we need to treat everybody essentially as kind of a suspicious till we make an assessment on them. Unfortunately, don't shoot the messenger. That's the situation we are in, unfortunately. And when it comes to parents and education and so on, we have to be. This is a massive part of the struggle, I think.
So you mentioned in your book that Marxist ideology, it's anti-Christian, not necessarily, or it's not anti-Muslim, but in COVID, they were kind of happy to see the churches shut down, Christian churches, correct?
Yeah, and they've always kind of been taking a stab at Christianity, and I believe it's because Christianity has some very strong views in there which are actually good for society, whether a person is Christian or not. So the idea of cherishing life and having a certain amount of spirituality in you and having a belief in a higher power, these are all good things for society. But in order for Marxism to dominate, these things need to be swept away. And it's no coincidence that, again, because according to Marx and so on, religion is oppressive. And this is why the communists have always made a beeline for the Christians, not just in terms of politics, but in terms of violence as well. And they put a lot of effort into destroying the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church is the biggest Christian organization on the planet. And that's unfortunately been co-opted now at higher levels through the Pope and so on. So this thing is permeated into everything. And the undertones of this, Tom, is that Marx communism has this image of being atheist, and it kind of is in many ways, but Marx wasn't a non-believer. He believed in God, but he hated God. There's a big difference there, and that's the satanic undertones of this thing coming out. I don't want to drag you into that stuff if it's not part of your show, but it's pretty much the idea that humanity is no good, we don't deserve to be here, God made a mistake, and therefore that's why Marxism has this undertone of wanting to destroy everything. And we can even see that coming out the way it tries to normalize abortion, which is against, the idea of creation, human life, with the trans ideology, trying to suggest that the creation is wrong. There shouldn't be male and female. And, so you can see these satanic undertones constantly. And certainly Christianity is one of the pillars of Western civilization that Marxism needs to destroy, along with capitalism, Christianity, culture, the traditional family unit. All these things need to be destroyed for Marxism to win.
Yeah, so you mentioned the anti-human part of this is that humans are a plague on the earth, according to them. There's too many of us, and it would be great if we could get the population down to 500 million or less.
Yeah. Well, that rhetoric, we can see that when we look at, again, some of the organizations literally tell us, when you look at the United Nations, when you hear them talking about population levels, particularly through the climate change movement, human beings themselves are the enemy. Like I put that in part 2 of my presentation, actually. It was part 2 to the Dallas presentation. I mentioned that about the Club of Rome, that you can hear this rhetoric in them that human beings themselves are a problem and that they need to be culled pretty much like animals. And so who are these people? Like, what arrogance? This is the eugenics undertones I was talking about, trying to control who's born on the planet, but there's also a very godlike mentality in them, which, when I was a lot younger and I was interested in conspiracy stuff, I looked into the secret societies, like I mentioned, and stuff like, Satanism and so on. And there's this idea in them that, human beings are just kind of like animals. And it's really the idea of playing God, essentially, is one of the tenets of Satanism. So we can see this kind of behavior coming out through these people in suits, through the Club of Rome and the UN and all this stuff. Antonio Guterres, Ghebreyesus, the Somalian Marxist, who's head of the World Health Organization, and people like that. They have these kind of godlike personalities. They think they should be like the gods to rule over us, and people like that shouldn't be in charge of anything.
I think you have mentioned that the UN heads have been socialists over and over. Is that right?
Yeah, there's definitely a pattern. I think the first 3 or 4, including Trygve Lie and some of the other characters, were pretty much Scandinavian socialists. And then we look at the last 3 or 4 leaders of the UN. You had people like Ban Ki-moon and Kofi Annan, and then Antonio Guterres is a Portuguese socialist. You look at the rhetoric that they push out and the way they talk, talking about we need a more egalitarian world, a more sustainable world, which is a dig at capitalism. It's the idea that capitalism has got the seeds within itself to sow its own destruction. We need to have a new economic system called stakeholder capitalism, another form of Marxism. So you look at the rhetoric they're pushing out, it's always the same. It's all about equity on a global scale, revolution. We need a green revolution to save the planet. We need a social revolution to save the women. And on it goes. They literally tell us that, even on their website sometimes, what their driving ideology is. And that's why I've if people could just understand even just the basic principles of Marxism, they'll see that it's actually everywhere and it's driving all these different groups and agendas.
You just mentioned stakeholder capitalism. I was wondering, are you in touch with Richard Jeffs, who is focused on that issue?
Yeah, I've actually communicated with Richard. Yeah, I think he's working on something new. And he made a great video, which he said he wasn't too happy with it. But I saw his video piece about the WEF, which I thought was fantastic. And it laid out the stakeholder capitalism thing quite well. But, I again, when you listen to the people discussing this type of stuff across the world, they're always looking for the single boogeyman that they can blame. So is it Zionism? Is it the Chinese Communist Party? Is it the UN? Is it the WEF? I can argue that it's many of them pushing this thing from different directions, and so the WEF is certainly just part of it.
That's a good point. So it's many of them. It's not like they're all getting into one room and deciding this stuff. That's not how it's working.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when you look at after the Bolshevik Revolution, I only realized this after I kind of published the book, was that you look at the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, after that point, communism then, it wasn't just a group of guys meeting up in a room somewhere like back in Marx and Engels' time. This was when communism became the ideology of a new emerging powerful nation, which eventually became the Soviet Union. But the 1920s, I noticed around that period, particularly from the 1920s, you had a lot of these big internationalist groups which I studied for years, not realizing that communism was just they're all just originating from communism. So you had the Royal Institute of International Affairs, I think in 1919, the Council on Foreign Relations around that period, early 1920s. Then you had the UN, 1945. Alger Hiss was a communist spy, pretty much. He was the first Secretary General. Then you had the Bilderberg Group, early 50s. You had the Club of Rome, 1968. WEF 1971. So there's basically a pattern of all these internationalist groups driven by Marxism appeared after that point. And unfortunately, people get fixated on one of them and they get obsessed, but they're not really seeing the bigger picture.
So in the attacks on the U.S. economy, is there an attack on the U.S. dollar itself? Or what do you see with the American national debt, the whole thing blowing up? Do you think that's part of Marxism too? To make America fail that way?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that when we look at, say, what the communists are doing, they're very sneaky in that they're trying to. They obviously are anti-capitalism because they believe that that's oppressive, and they've been talking about how America is a kind of is not a success story like some of us believe. They've been trying to convince us for over 100 years of propaganda that America is based on oppression, and it's capitalistic oppression, and the bourgeoisie elites in the States shouldn't have all this money, and so on. So they feel that they are righteous in tearing this down. And unfortunately, millions of Americans are actually, the funny thing is, they're brainwashed into feeling that way as well, even though the quality of life that the United States gives them, they don't seem to be appreciative of that, and they want to actually help to destroy it. So you've got people within the States in many different areas, probably not just in politics, across the nation, who are actually helping to cause problems economically in the States because they believe it's the right thing to do. And then obviously you have the communist actors outside the States, like Russia, China, North Korea, like we mentioned, are happy to push this stuff because they want to see the West collapse. They don't like American hegemony, and therefore that puts the US dollar in the crosshairs, firmly in the crosshairs. And that's why you heard, BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, I think, trying to wrestle as much control and influence as they can away from the United States, because they know full well, like I talked about, America is the major obstacle to communist world domination, and they're trying to weaken it any way they can, pretty much.
Just as an aside, do you think that that gold is going to be a place where people flee if the U.S. dollar goes away?
And maybe, yeah. I'll be brutally honest, I'm very little knowledge about economic stuff. I know some little bits, but I think that I don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, if there's a way for people to try to get away from the system if they think it's collapsing or somehow, fair enough. But again, if we don't deal with the communism problem, you're going to have the traders in America are going to try to counter this. Because in other words, if you don't go along with the revolution, they will come after you. And if people try to find ways of breaking free of their system and gathering wealth and trying to survive, that's not necessarily going to save people. So I kind of come back to my point. If we don't get a handle on the ideological mess and get these people out of authority, there'll be nowhere left to hide, unfortunately.
So circling back to the climate thing, do you see Greta Thunberg, her story of she's just a sincere, deluded kid? Was she being used by people well above her?
Oh, absolutely. I actually predicted, Tom, that when she came out straight away, I thought, I know what they're up to here. What they're doing is they're creating a little pop culture figure who's going to influence kids in the schools to buy into the climate thing. And that's kind of exactly what happened. And I mentioned in the book that in Ireland, they organize these climate strikes with the kids. So straight away you hear the word strike, you kind of go, okay, if you know Marxism, where have we heard this before? It was with the labor union movements, of course, striking against the oppressive, the bourgeoisie, capitalist business owners and so on. So what I'm trying to say is it seems they created this figure who, people have kind of mocked her for having learning conditions or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. I think she's Swedish. Sweden is a real hotbed of Marxist indoctrination, and they're quite fanatical as well. And from what I know, and she was created as this figure and pushed into this role. And then we see as well in recent times, she, has been clearly aligned with the Palestinian cause. So it's funny that people haven't caught on already that she's just a brainwashed leftist. They should have really caught on at this stage.
I'm just curious why they didn't, when she left the climate movement mostly, why didn't they just create someone else as the face of the movement? I was talking to Grok about that, and Grok was saying there's no real face right now.
That's a good point. Yeah, but I didn't think of that. And I mean, again, like as we talked about earlier, they seem to try out these initiatives and then push them for a while. And when people kind of catch on, then they tend to back off. But unfortunately, or they try something new. But unfortunately, a lot of the damage is already done. So maybe they don't need to create another one. Because you look at Ireland now, there are now thousands and thousands of kids at those protests who, they're some of them are just little kids. They're like 11, 12, 13 years of age. They're worried. They've got climate anxiety. The world is going to end. There's no need to get a job now or start a family or make something of yourself because the planet's going to explode next week. So they've already managed to create armies of these kids now. And I did mention in the book as well, I listed a few examples, like I think the Portuguese Sikhs and some other groups of kids in Europe who are activists now, and they're approaching the EU saying, you better sort out this, the CO2 emissions or else, we're going to have a bigger strike or whatever. It's really they're just more and more cult members are being created essentially, which just all benefits the international revolution.
So I will put links in the show description where you've talked about this on the Peter McCormick podcast, and you gave a presentation in Dallas, like a 2-part presentation in Dallas. In general, what sort of reception are you getting after you speak out about this stuff?
Well, fortunately, Tom, I think even though I've tried my best and I will continue to try, it's so difficult to take something like this, which can potentially be a bit complex in a way, but it is central to everything. Trying to get people to focus on this for more than 5 minutes can be difficult. And usually people slip into the habit of they're just thinking about, they don't like the way things are going. But even though I've tried my best to link all these things together, the stuff that they're talking about, they don't see them as being connected. So, for example, the mass immigration problem is probably the main thing in Western nations that people are concerned with across the board, but they don't seem to make the connection between that and trans so much, or the attempts to control free speech. Like in the UK with the 2-tier policing system. That's something I think myself and everyone else who wants to help me, pretty much, we need to work on this more, of showing people how important this is, trying to show them how if we just, rather than trying to prune the branches off the tree and are pruning some of the leaves, let's go after the roots. Let's go after the core, the thing driving the whole thing, which is Marxism and Marxist doctrination. Of course, if these ideas just stayed in the books or in the past or whatever, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem is that this is everywhere in society, and it's the people who are driving this stuff, who believe in this stuff, are the enemy. And I think, Tom, that this is one of the blind spots of patriots or anti-globalists across the world, is that they're afraid to look at their own. So Irish people are basically afraid to look at other Irish people as being part of the problem. Like they're brainwashed into being traitors or against their own nation. People have to start waking up to that, I think, a little bit more, rather than constantly blaming groups outside themselves, like the government or the EU and so on. They have to start looking at their fellow countrymen, and same with for the States as well. You have to start looking at your fellow countrymen as being part of the problem, because they're indoctrinated pretty much.
So I like the idea of trying to boil the whole thing down on a complex subject to one sentence even. Or for climate, I've tried to say CO2 is not the climate control knob, just that part of it. How about with this one, with this Marxism, it's about tearing down the establishment and creating utopia, something like that? It seems like if we had one sentence to just start people off, because I think so much stuff fits under that one sentence. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say that, well, to sum it all up, I would say that we're fighting against this revolutionary movement that thinks it's saving the world, but it's actually destroying the world. And if we don't stop it, unfortunately, it's going to, continue to do so. So I think that's probably a good way to activate people. But unfortunately, people have to make some effort. This is part of the Rubik's Cube that we are in, the situation we are in. We've never had a problem like this on the earth before. And it's literally pushing us towards World War III and a very dark kind of world. And it's not going to fix itself on its own. So I think that people need to make effort to study into this. That's all I can say, really.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to say before we finish up?
No, Tom, that was brilliant. A very comprehensive interview. I really appreciate it. I think we hit a lot of marks. I'd really encourage people to first and foremost check out my Dallas presentation. And as you mentioned, so the links will be there. And part 2 was just me recording it in my apartment at the time. But so the first one is only like 50 minutes long, I think. I understand people are too busy to read books nowadays, but the presentation is only 50 minutes of your life. And I have it on X as well, @ResolvingOr. It's my pinned tweet. But I definitely recommend the presentation, and that should trigger off curiosity in people for sure.
What is the best way for people to contact you if they need to?
Well, I think maybe direct messages on X for people who are on X. So my profile is @ResolvingOr, or they can email me contact@resolvingor.com. So the letter R for Romeo, resolvingor.com.
All right. Thanks a lot for being on this podcast, Emmett Connor. Very interesting work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. Brilliant interview. Thanks.
Good evening, folks. Hope everybody's doing well. Just testing out a new studio setup and streaming some archive content, so I'll be popping in and out. But thanks very much for listening, and do give us a share and so on.
You are learning what it takes to be better.
We must rebuild trust for a better future.
You began with World War III.
How dare you?
Shoot them dead.
Comes from China.
Tensions escalating on the Texas border. Misinformation.
We have a serious pandemic of crazy revolutionary behavior. Comrades, education systems now being organized to turn people into activists for the revolution.
Marxism feigns fake concern for people and groups, particularly the oppressed.
This is communism. There's no better word for it.
Unless people are going to come back with a new personality and an evolved attitude, we're not going to win.
This is Emmett, the host of the Resolving Reality podcast and the author of the book Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. Back with another series of live streams, interviews, some other bits and pieces as well. So if you wouldn't mind, please do like, follow, subscribe, share this content and drop your comments down below as well. Your support is greatly appreciated. So in today's show, I'm delighted to be joined by an excellent and successful British YouTuber and analyst, if I can call her that. I was searching around recently for someone to speak to about one of my favorite subjects, which is, shall we say, the impacts of feminism on the modern woman. So without further ado, I'll bring on my guest, Christine Gray Smith. So Christine, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
No worries. Great to speak to you. I'm glad we got this organized. So much to talk about, of course, and I'm delighted I found you recently. I was kind of looking around for someone to talk about on this kind of subject. I've talked to a lot of people recently about this, as well as dealing with some of these behaviors myself over the years. So I was looking for someone who was kind of right for the job, and judging from your content and what you've talked about, you seem to be absolutely perfect for it. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Take us back to the beginning, first of all. So kind of what was the inspiration for you? What got you started on YouTube?
Oh, it's quite a funny story, actually. I had no intention of becoming a YouTuber. Like, this kind of just found me. I was, during the pandemic, during 2020, that kind of time when, the real sort of, like, I guess, red pill stuff started coming about. You had shows like Just Pearly Things. She did the pre-game podcast. You had the Fresh and Fit podcast, whatever. Obviously, a lot of those are still going. Andrew Tate became big. And I found the content so entertaining. I thought there was so much truth behind it. I thought there was a real thirst for this kind of, information just being out in the public eye. And I had followed specifically Pel's podcast for a while. And one of her recruiters for the show saw that I followed the channel and said, hey, would you like to come on? I was not active on social media or anything at the time. And I thought, why not? Like, I'm a fan of the show anyway, so I'll just go on. And within a couple of days of me going on the show, people I haven't spoke to in like years started messaging me clips of me that had been, getting like crazy amounts of views. And I was sort of quite taken aback by it because I thought everything I said on the show was just common sense, but it turns out it's not so common anymore. Long story short, I ended up working with Pearl for a while, and she really helped me kick off my YouTube career. Like, I am certainly indebted to her for that. She's helped me out a lot. She inspired me a lot. A lot of her views certainly aligned with my own views. And yeah, then the last couple of years I've just been doing it myself, and kind of found my own kind of voice, my own kind of opinions. But yeah, that's how I came to have my own channel. It was definitely not something I kind of started on my own. Someone found me and thought, hey, you'd be good at this, and I guess she was right. We're still going.
That's great. Well, it's really noble work, because I've been saying for years, Christine, that there's no use in people like myself talking about this. I would consider a female analyst worth 10 times more than a male analyst on these subjects, simply because you're in a better position to influence females, particularly younger females, with this stuff. So it's certainly very, very noble work, and I'm glad it worked out for you. It's fantastic. Was it?
It's good that it works out, but in terms of the channel does really well and like people are engaged with it. But if I'm being honest, my content is definitely intended for young women. But I don't know if it's the algorithms. I don't know what's going on. But unfortunately, a lot of my audience is mostly men. I'm glad that the message is still getting out there nonetheless. But there's nowhere near as many young women listening to commentators like myself as I think there should be.
That's a great point, and that was actually going to be my next question, because I was curious about that. I suppose we're getting into the realms of indoctrination and such, so I suppose it's you're kind of up against the pop culture in general, I think, and maybe it's, it seems like you're probably outnumbered by influencers who probably would promote, some of these behaviors, but it's certainly a noble work anyway. And how did you yourself, do you mind me asking, how did you yourself manage to stay insulated from some of this kind of, shall we call it feminist or neo-feminist indoctrination?
That's a great question. It's always hard to answer this one because I don't really think there was anything that kept me insulated. Maybe there was, I'm not too sure, but a turning point for me was I've always been more conservative leaning in my politics. That's kind of a general thing that's always been the case. I've always been quite vocal. My earliest sort of political memory was like 2011, I think. I would have been about 11 or 12 at the time. And the Ebola virus was the thing in the news. And I read in a study somewhere that Ebola virus was transmitted as an airborne disease, and the official statement from David Cameron in Parliament at the time was that it can only be spread through touch. So I wrote a letter to Number 10 saying, why are you telling the papers that it's not airborne when I've seen evidence that it is? And I actually got a reply. It was like, oh, thanks for your concern. Like, we will address this. So yeah, I've always been quite vocal. I was like an emo kid in school. Like I don't really care if other people think this is not the trendy opinion to have. So I don't know if it's that I was isolated, more just I don't know, maybe a slightly combative personality, maybe. But in college, I think that was the turning point for me. 2016, I went to college. If any American people are watching, that's like age 16, 17, not university college. And this is when I first encountered indoctrination. So it was post, obviously, Trump winning the 2016 election. And I took media studies at A level because I thought it would be interesting. And this is where I learned about things like critical theory, the idea of us versus them mentality, the idea that everywhere in society there is the oppressed and the oppressor. And my lecturer at the time was a liberal, blonde, white woman. And in almost every piece of media that we had to dissect, she would tell us as 16-year-old students, here we have the skinny blonde white woman who is everything wrong with society, and this is a problem and this is a bad thing. And I was the only blonde white girl in my class, so naturally would kind of look at me like, oh yeah, it's you're the problem. And having a more combative personality, I would say, well, you look the same as me, so what's like, do you hate yourself? What's the problem? She also said that middle-aged white men are like demons in society and they control everything and they're bad. And all of the problems of society come from middle-aged white men. My dad is a middle-aged white man. So I would say, so you're saying my dad, who was a tram driver at the time, who keeps hundreds of people safe every single day by not crashing the damn thing, you're saying that he's some kind of monster. And yeah, I got kicked out of that class. That's when I first started to encounter indoctrination.
That's good. You did yourself a favor. You got out of there, and I'm sure their probably attempt to indoctrinate you kind of backfired in your case. And did it kind of create a lot of conflict with peers, or not just in education, but with females around you in your personal life and such like that? Did you ever notice that when you bring up these kind of subjects, some of them seem to be kind of, they tend to want to talk you down by default?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I will say is I certainly think that people are much louder online than they are in real life. So I was born and bred in London. London is a very diverse population. So of course, all of my friends in school and college don't look like me. And that's absolutely fine. So, they usually found it quite funny because they didn't, surprisingly, I had a friend, she was of Asian descent and she was from a Muslim background. And my other friend, she was from Africa. And even both of them thought what my media teacher was saying was pretty ridiculous. But we did have some of the blue-haired feminists in my class who certainly thought I was some kind of like radical right-wing danger to them. But you just got to laugh it off. If there's any truth to it, then examine that truth, check yourself, check the facts, and see if you need to change your opinion. Like, we all have the ability to learn new things and go, do you know what? I was wrong about this. And I'm certainly someone that, I'm open to doing that. Not just like, am I open to doing it? I love it when I'm wrong. Life's so boring if we're right all the time. Who wants to be so certain about life all the time? Like, that's so boring. I love to be surprised. It's just, unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of blue-haired feminists, I'm rarely surprised. It's like they all follow the same sort of computer programming script. So yeah, you got to laugh it off. You got to get over it. But I think people are much louder online than they are in real life. At least back then, 2016, 2017, it wasn't a big thing. I think 2020 is when things started to get more tense. 2020, when the whole Black Lives Matter thing came about,
yes,
I didn't post a black square, and I got a lot of hate from people in my university. I actually lost a couple of friends, which I was really sad about.
My God, that's the coercion right there. And you said about the whole, people will definitely get into that. People not being able to question, have some humility and question their own beliefs to see if they're actually constructive or helpful or not. And say, to get into the nuts and bolts of kind of the stuff we're going to talk about, what would you say? It's kind of a broad question, but I know you cover a lot in your videos. What would you say are the main problems you are seeing with behavior, liberal or leftist or maybe feminist behavior that you're noticing in women? What would you say are the main standout issues to you?
I think the concept of the sisterhood and being a girl's girl is the most ludicrous and absurd thing that women have ever come up with. Of course, we have female friends, we have female family members who we love and adore, but naturally we're competitive beings with each other. I literally reacted to a video earlier today. It was a lady called, I think her name was like Dr. Danny Wachowski or something. She was on the Chris Williamson podcast, Modern Wisdom, and she studies this stuff for a living. This whole idea of, to be a girl's girl, you have to let other women be happy with their own demise, I think is what's fueling a lot of this modern women feminist behavior. So, for example, I showed a clip in this video of mine. It was a, unfortunately, fairly unattractive, overweight woman. And she asks the hot girls of TikTok, how do I get hot? And then a more attractive woman comes onto the camera and she says, well, you should buy this lip stain, you should buy this highlighter, and you're already beautiful inside, so you've just got to embody that and then you'll become beautiful. And it's like, the idea that that is feminism and that is in women's best interest is just ridiculous. Because to me, all that is it's an attractive woman who doesn't want another woman to become as attractive as her, because then, by default, that makes her less attractive. So I think this idea of, if women are overweight, you'll see an overweight woman on Instagram and you'll see 300 comments from women who aren't overweight going, you go girl, live your best life, love your body, love your own skin. Now, I'm not advocating for self-hatred. I am saying that if I love someone and I care about someone and I can see they're overweight and they are complaining to me, because look, women, I'm probably not going to sit there and go to my friend, you know what, you're fat. But if she says to me, Christine, I don't feel great about myself, I want to be more attractive, what can I do? The first thing I'm going to say is, well, you're slightly overweight, so why don't we start going to the gym together? So this idea that encouraging women to stay down is somehow being a girl's girl, and if you're anything other than that, you're a pick-me. I think that is the biggest problem amongst women. Like, forgetting the men being involved whatsoever, I think women with other women, that is one of the biggest problems. And it's the same thing with the whole OnlyFans thing. Women will say to other women, you'll see them in street interviews. It's like, oh, what do you think about OnlyFans girls? And the girls will be like, do you know what? If they're happy and they're enjoying their life and they're getting that bag, then like, I'm happy for them. And then you ask them, but would you do it? And they're like, oh no. How can you claim to care about someone when you wouldn't extend to them the same level of care that you have for yourself? And I just think it's absolutely ludicrous, this idea that to be a girl's girl, you have to encourage other women to self-implode. How is that helpful for anyone? I think real feminism is telling women the truth.
That's a great point. Well, it kind of ties into what you've alluded to already. When people fit into the oppressed class, all of a sudden they're going to be pampered and shielded even from the truth itself, and it can be quite destructive for the individuals and the group as a whole. So, like, how widespread would you say this is? Another kind of broad question. I mean, would you say, it's my opinion, having dealing with this for a few years, that it seems to be, I'm almost waiting for these kind of behaviors and attitudes to come out in females nowadays. It seems to be, I would say, I don't know to say the majority, but it seems to be, well, maybe more than half, or more than the average female seems to be contaminated with this kind of thinking to some degree or another.
Yeah, I think a big problem is the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, the majority of my audience is men. I do have a feeling, obviously I'm no expert, I don't have any data to support this, but it seems strange to me that, there's no real difference between me and a female creator who has a vastly female audience in terms of, like, I'm not an emo kid anymore. I don't look like a repulsive individual. I just look like any other normal girl. But because I have a different opinion, because I say something that's true, I don't have a female audience. I think there needs to be some kind of research, and I don't know how this would happen, but why is it that men receive certain content on their timelines, they receive certain algorithms, and you go to a woman's timeline, even me, someone who obviously consumes a lot more truth than the average woman in today's society, I will still get these videos coming up of these female influencers and what they're perpetuating. And it's all misandry. Like, it is all misandry. They don't want to call it that because it's just the sisterhood. It's blatant man hating, and it's allowed. It's not just allowed, it's celebrated. But yet, if you look at the men's side of things, there's no misogyny going on. You know, like in some dark corners of Reddit, maybe, but the general man's Instagram feed, there's no misogyny going on because misogyny gets taken down like that. But misandry is completely allowed. If you look up, and I challenge this to everyone watching, you type in on Google, I don't even know if I can say this on your show, this is going on Twitter, right?
Well, YouTube, yeah, Twitter as well, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll use YouTube-friendly words. How do I say this? If you Google right now, unalive all men, you will get a plethora of results. There's songs on YouTube, there's hashtags on Twitter, and it's all like, ha ha ha, joking, we hate men. Oh, let's wear a t-shirt that says like, I hate men. Let's have a cup that says I'm drinking men's tears. Ha 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 ha, so funny. If you look up the opposite to that, nothing. Why? Because under almost all community guidelines on all platforms, women are considered a protected characteristic. Men aren't. Why are women, entitled to be protected from hurty words that they don't like? But men just have to take it. That's a blatant double standard, and it insists that men are objects, they're killing machines, they're monsters, they're not people, and women are people. To me, that is the definition of a two-tier society. That is saying that women are people and we are deserving of emotional maturity and to be free from being offended, but men just have to take and take and take and take. And if you dare complain about it, you're a misogynist.
Yeah, well, you hit the nail on the head talking about these kind of inherent double standards. I've lived through some of that myself, and the lack of accountability really is quite extraordinary what's happening, and it now seems to be like the default kind of attitude or dominant thinking that affects the internet and everything else. So, I mean, say we've touched on a few things there, but what would you say are the effects, the main effects of all this kind of thing? I mean, there's some of the box standard stuff you heard being mentioned, like, of course, feminism has, it's lowered the birth rates. It's kind of create divisions between men and women. What are the other sort of main effects of all this, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they, you've stated the absolute obvious ones. In the West, we're struggling to replace ourselves. That's long-term, the concerns. But what about before we get there? Before we get to the point where there's no Westerners left because none of us are having children anymore because we hate each other and we can't talk to each other anymore. What about before then? What about when we all start getting older, and there isn't enough people to work the power grid? There isn't enough men to work in the police force, or worse, they keep doing DEIs and there's only women in the police force, and suddenly there's a bunch of criminals around that can just run free because, do you know what? Women aren't as strong as men. So how is a all-female or nearly all-female or even half male, half female police force going to keep the minority of dangerous men, intact? What about the army? What if we start doing DEI hires for the army and we've got half of our army is women on the front lines? Do you really think that ISIS is having women on their front lines? So what if a terrorist organization comes to our shores and we've got half of our army is half women? Like, oh yeah, all for equality, but like, we're going to be screwed. We're going to be absolutely screwed. Men are needed in our society. That's been a fact for all of human history. They've always worked the hard jobs. They've always done the difficult things, not to oppress women, actually to keep us safe. And now we're saying, no, we don't want that safety. We want to do it for ourselves. Unfortunately, all I can say to that is, okay, try it. See how it turns out. I think we are putting women in so much danger with this idea of equality because, we can't even keep each other safe. We're encouraging each other to become porn stars and obese. So, how are we going to look after everyone else in society when we can't even keep people in close proximity to us safe? I think things are going to go seriously wrong before we look at things like declining birth rates. It's bad enough that men don't even feel they can hold a door open for a woman anymore because they don't want to end up on TikTok or losing their job. Things are going to get way worse before we get to the point of declining birth rates.
Absolutely. I've been saying the same thing myself recently, and I actually thought about exactly what you're saying recently, that in the short term, it makes life kind of miserable, because one of the best things about life can be, close relationships, particularly between men and women, and feminism seems to have torpedoed that in a big way by essentially making women, that's affected women, quite insufferable. I'm speaking from personal experience on that one. And tying into what you're saying as well.
Careful, you're gonna get called a misogynist online for saying that. Watch it. They're gonna come for you. You're going to have some really annoyed blue-haired furries in your comment section.
I'm sweating, Christine. It's this is like water off a duck's back at this stage. That's one of the nicer things I'm called, let me tell you. But actually, tying into what you were saying as well, the idea of you made a great video recently, torpedoing something that's so obvious, that should be so obvious, the idea that men and women are different and that men have important roles in society. Now they're being demoralized and attacked by indoctrinated women. So here's a question for you. I'm sure this is going to blow your mind here. Can women survive without men? And does anyone actually believe that besides the feminists?
Oh no, of course we can survive without men. Of course men can't just clan up together and overpower us. We women are stronger in numbers. No, of course not. We absolutely need men. We need men for so much. And this isn't just on a physical level. Obviously there are the physiological differences, but there's the psychological differences as well. We have different values for good reason. We have different psychologies, and that's not a bad thing. It's actually a really good thing. And I think, unfortunately, so many women buy into this idea that they don't need men, and then they just become miserable because at some point or another they do realize that they need men, and that perhaps they want a man in their life in an intimate relationship. So when you ask the question, how many women believe this, it's hard to know, because I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of women. I'll give you an example. There's a lot of women that will say these things, say that they believe them, and unfortunately, a lot of other women will listen. But it turns out the woman who's been saying this stuff on a platform doesn't actually embody it herself. So there was a woman recently, I can't remember her name, but she was, I don't know what they call the opposite to the manosphere, like the opposite to the male algorithm. I don't know if we've decided on a name for that, but I'm just going to say the femisphere. She was quite a popular influencer. And she said to women, don't get married. She was like the men going their own way on the female side. She was like, don't get married. It's a bad idea. You are in a dangerous position. If you get married, a man's only going to leave you for a younger 20-year-old. That's the rhetoric they like to go with. When you age, and, then you're going to be screwed because you're going to be out of the career ladder, and then you're going to have nothing and your life's going to be ruined. So she was perpetuating this. I think she was famous for about 9 months before this next thing happened. And she had a really big following, and women were listening to her. She then announced recently she's getting married. And she's come online and she said, yes, I know I'm the girl who said don't get married. And yes, I am getting married. But it's different in my case. It's different in my case. And now she's trying to cope. She's trying to say, I never told you guys not to get married. And there's all these clips coming out of her that just shows that is exactly what she's been telling women. And, it's all good and well to sit and laugh at the hypocrisy of this, but there are genuine women that are in her comments going, I've turned down proposals because of what you've said. And this is the dangerous thing with social media, where anyone can have a platform. And I say this as, a nobody who just got a platform. I try and be very careful with what I say. I try and make sure everyone knows these are my personal opinions and I'm not an expert. I don't give advice, to people of you definitely should do things this way. I try and extend the same amount of care that I have for myself to other people, and you can choose to do with that what you will. But this woman sat online telling women, you better not get married. That is the worst thing you can possibly do for yourself. And then she's gone and done it. And she's fine. She's an influencer. She's still getting her brand deals. And you should see in her videos, she's like, I'm not a materialistic person, but in every video, she's wearing thousands of pounds worth of designer gear. She's fine. But what about the women who are perhaps now, coming towards the end of child rearing age and have turned down free proposals because of this kind of rhetoric online? So much for being a girl's girl. So much for caring about other women. You've just ruined women's lives.
Yeah, it's really extraordinary, isn't it? It's not just clumsiness; it's toxic rhetoric being pushed out there. That it's like it does the opposite of what it says on the tin. I mean, feminism was supposed to be about making women's lives better. Ostensibly, that's what it was about. But when you look at the effects, it tends to be quite the opposite. And something tying into what you mentioned about misandry or male hatred. You did a great video on this recently. I love all your videos, the ones I've seen so far. Plenty of humor in there and so on as well, just because of the stuff that's being talked about. But the whole thing of the hatred for men by default, it's kind of funny because you would think that the hatred is going the other way. If we're living in a patriarchy where women are being oppressed, you would think there's hatred coming from males towards the females, but it seems to be going the other way around. And also the hatred as well, I noticed in my experience, females who are contaminated with this stuff, they actually become more masculine. So feminism actually almost amputates femininity from females and makes them more combative, aggressive. It's almost like, and even promiscuous as well. I forgot. It's almost like they're based on these stereotypes of what feminists think males are. It's really extraordinary.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I find that we're in this weird place in society where everything's kind of just doing a big circle. So it's really strange. The way I see it, this idea of the patriarchy was actually just a society that made sense. It was men wanting to take care of women. Women always were able to work, by the way. This idea that like women couldn't work and they had to stay at home and be there for their husbands at his beck and call when he went out to work and had a great time. It's like, you think he was having a great time? He was slaving away for an employee just like you are now. So I feel like society was created for women to take care of women, and it actually put us on a pedestal. But a few angry women who weren't put on a pedestal, because actually, if you look at the women who led things like the sexual revolution and the early days of feminism, they weren't married. They were not having families. They were doing drugs. They were going to, what's it called? Where like a group of people have sex, orgies. They were going to orgies. They were, depressed. They were attempting to commit suicide. They were having rallies where they were talking about ending the family unit. They were jealous of the women who were put on a pedestal, and they wanted to be there instead. So they had this idea of, we're going to put ourselves on the pedestal, and the way that we're going to do that is we're going to take the society that men have built for those women off the pedestal. But all they've done is make themselves men. I said this in a video earlier today. I'm sure there's so many men. You see these videos on TikTok of young women going, I can't believe I have to pay bills. I can't believe I have to go to work. Like, whose idea was this? And I just think the men are probably looking at us thinking like, what I would give to be a woman. Men don't have an opt-out option. Like, there's never been an option for men to not have to work. I just think the men are probably looking at us like, what I would give to be a woman and have the option to opt out. Meanwhile, I've just reacted to a flipping 20-year-old crying at a petrol station because she has to pay for petrol. It's like, well, what do you think men have felt throughout all of human history? Like, I just think it's absolutely ludicrous. And it tends to go that way. Women will say, oh yeah, we can do what a man can do. We can sleep around like men can. The rhetoric that men can sleep with hundreds of women and not get emotionally attached, I don't think is true for most men. I think most men do get emotionally attached to a woman they have sex with. I just think that the limit at which it becomes a problem for pair bonding is probably slightly higher for men, but that doesn't mean that it's like up in the thousands. But anyway, regardless, women have this idea that men just sleep around and they have no emotional attachment to us, whatever. And the reason they think that is because they're only going for the guys that do that. Majority of guys aren't like that. And then they go, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go on birth control, which then makes them attracted to people who aren't typically masculine, because it alters a female's physiology so much that she, I think it's to do with the pheromones and stuff, she no longer becomes attracted to someone with, I believe it's a dissimilar immune system, which is actually ideal for reproduction in terms of offspring having a good immune system for them. So there's a whole bunch of issues that come into it with things like that. So you've got birth control, which is altering women's hormones, women's emotions, and obviously who they're attracted to. And then you've got women sleeping around thinking that, oh, I can have sex like a man can. And then you've got women, slaving away for an employee, absolutely exhausting themselves, like, do you know who? Every man throughout history. And then because they are being forced to do something which is unnatural, naturally they're going to react to that in an unnatural way, which is aggression, which is combat, which is I'm in fight or flight mode. So like, don't come near me because I'm barely struggling to survive myself. That's not thriving for women. That's not at all. Women were never supposed to feel that way. I mean, look, someone's coming for your offspring in the wild. Naturally, that sort of lioness is going to come out. But, you know, we were never supposed to feel like that. And do you know what the shocker is for most women? And often they realize it too late, is that men never wanted that for us. Certain men did, who were in power and paid the feminists to spout this kind of ridiculous rhetoric that led us here. But majority of guys, they never wanted that for us. They want us to be happy. They want us to be taken care of. They don't want us to have to worry about the things that they have to worry about. Do you know why? Because they care about us. Oh my gosh, men are good guys. They're humans. They have feelings. What? They care about us as women? This is just like mind-blowing to some people.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it there as well about the whole thing that this is, it's quite unnatural what's going on. I feel like, you know, obviously both genders are connected, and if females are being encouraged to think that they need to try to be equal to men, they start becoming more masculine, and physically and psychologically they start acting in ways that doesn't really suit them, and it leads to imbalances, as you mentioned, and it has a knock-on effect on men too, because they're asked to sit back, they're asked to let women take the lead, so both roles are being pushed in areas that don't really suit them, and it's quite catastrophic for society. And speaking of, like, say, the whole idea of double standards and so on, double standards of behavior, for example, you know, men are expected, well, we're traditionally expected to be in control, masculine, women are expected to sit back and let them take the lead, but now things have been inverted. I mean, would you say, what other kind of double standards have you kind of noticed in behavior that are kind of relevant here? You know, what's the standout stuff to you?
How long have you got? I sit and watch. This is the thing, like, TikTok is great because it's great for data collection, so I get to see what's going on in these women's minds because they just tell you. It's crazy to me that you can find hundreds of thousands of women telling you their inner monologues, but like you can't really find that of men. So like I can tell you the hypocrisies because they outright tell you. They will say, I want to be a boss babe, right? The female influencers, they will say, never rely on a man, go out and get your bag, be a strong, independent woman. But then there will be literally thousands of women that I see in a week on TikTok going, I don't want this. I want a man to take care of me. I want a man to look after me. I want to come home to someone. Or worse, they had that and they left their husbands because they felt sad on a random Tuesday evening. And then they're going, oh my gosh, why did I do this? And it's like, because you're listening to other women telling you that this is oppressive when it never was. That's the biggest double standard to me, is that women will go online and they will say things like, don't rely on a man, be independent. But then when you ask them, what do you want in a man? The first and foremost thing that a woman will say is she might disguise it as, I want him to be financially stable. Or she'll be outright and she'll say, I want a guy who makes 6 figures. What they want is they want someone to rely on. They want someone who's going to pay for everything for them. It's like, well, you had that deal. That was the deal. And you guys have just spent the last however many decades in the streets going, this is oppressive. And now we've somehow leveled the playing field. Women have got just as much, you know, rights, jobs, this, that, and the other as men. In fact, women are out earning men these days. And yet the women will still say, I want a guy who makes a certain amount of money. There is no other reason for wanting a guy to earn a certain amount of money unless you are hoping to receive that kind of money. Because if you can pay for these things for yourself, you don't need someone else to do that for you. That's the biggest double standard that really grinds my gears, is like, how can you sit there and say that you're for independence, but then say you want a man to provide for you? It really doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's a good one for sure. And you just reminded me of something I've dealt with as well over the last, let's say, maybe almost 10 years dating and relationships. Sometimes, you know, I'm not perfect, and I've had relationships with females who were a little bit brainwashed before I kind of saw the light with feminism and such. One of the things, which I'm sure you've heard of, is the idea of females saying they're looking for a provider, which obviously goes back into history, but that really applied in situations where the couple were married and the woman had children and the man was the breadwinner, being the provider. But one of the things I noticed is with the feminist indoctrination is that females are kind of cherry picking the bits that they like. So they don't want to commit and get married and have kids, but they like the idea of the guy for paying everything. So they're kind of choosing what they want. Is this something that you've noticed?
Yeah, they want all the privilege without the responsibility. Modern women have a fundamental problem with reality and fairness and equality. You know, they will get on their stages and their podiums and talk about DEIs and we want women to have all the same jobs as men. It's like, no, you want to have the same high paying jobs as men, because if you're asked to put in the same amount of work, you know, Pearl Davis says this all the time, get on the oil rigs, go and do the difficult jobs, go and do the things that are still 90+% men. You know, there's these companies are doing the DEI hires. They are looking for women to do these jobs, but women don't want to do them. So women want equality when it benefits them. They don't actually care about equality, because if they actually cared about equality, they would care about what's happening to our men. They would care about the disproportionality of the family and divorce courts. They would care about the constant misandry online. But that benefits them. That paints the picture of critical theory that makes them the oppressed and men are the oppressors. And that serves them. Women don't want to take accountability for anything these days. They want a man to pay for everything, but they don't want to have to give anything in return. And I think that, you know, ultimately comes down to obviously feminism, but also a big part of it is technology. Life is so easy now. You know, I can have a chicken burger on my doorstep in 5 minutes if I want. You know, I can order some clothes right now and they'll be here tomorrow. So why would I want to have to be emotionally mature and think before I act and, you know, do hard jobs or, God forbid, raise children? Oh my gosh, not sit in front of a mirror, like, you know, checking how my makeup looks for my little ring light camera on TikTok. Like, why? Think about it. You know, if you've got £1 million in front of you and you don't have to do anything for it, but yet over here, yeah, there's £1 million, but you have to do some work for it. Like, of course, people are going to pick the road most taken. What is it? It's like the easiest road is often the road that most people go for. And I think that's what we're seeing. I think life has become too easy. There's a quote I love, and it's by Viktor Frankl, which is as the struggle to survive has subsided, the question is asked, survive for what? And I think that's where we're at in society, especially as women, and as men as well. I think life has just become too easy. Now we've got so much time to think about things. We've got so many luxuries and things just at our fingertips that people have lost all meaning in life. People have forgotten that it was always all about the family and a husband and a wife and love and children, because life has just become meaningless, unfortunately. I hate to get nihilistic about it, but I do think that is a big component of it.
Absolutely. And, you know, in terms of the accountability you were saying, and like people wanting to take the easy road and looking for the comfortable way out of things, and one of the things I've noticed as well is that females, how they're different to men is that they can always pull out biology as being an excuse for some of the erratic behaviors or the, you know, the kind of tantrum-esque behaviors you have in your videos, a lot of it, which was hilarious, by the way. But, you know, they can pull out stuff like their biology, the fact that they're a woman, that, you know, life is harder, anxiety and depression. You know, should this stuff be an excuse for poor behavior?
No, absolutely not. Do you hear any woman defending a rapist because, he had a hard upbringing? Most abusers who abuse women were abused as children. I don't hear any women defending them. It doesn't make any sense. Having a shit experience doesn't excuse shitty behavior. Once you're an adult, you know, there is a lot of evidence and there is a lot of work that I think needs to be done in recognizing childhood experiences. You know, you have things like the ACEs score, the Adverse Childhood Experiences score, which is a list of things. I think it's about 9 characteristics. And the more of these characteristics that you have, the more likely you are to commit crimes, the more likely you are to be in an abusive relationship, the more likely you are to obviously be in the prison population, be on drugs, all these different kind of things. And there's a correlation there, and that's not the only correlation. I watched a TED Talk years and years ago, And they found that there was a correlation between health issues. You know, adverse childhood events are leading to health issues in people. People who have more of these ACE scores are more likely to get things like cancer, have heart issues, because as we know from the work of Dr. Gabor Mate, stress is stored in the body. The body keeps a score. So like there is so much to be learned from these things. But one thing that we certainly shouldn't adopt is that it's an excuse for shitty behavior, because we all have struggles. You know, and of course, like there's always someone worse off than you, but that's complete victim mentality. Why do you want to succumb to your statistics? And I feel this on a personal level. I'm adopted. I wasn't raised in a home with both biological parents, so I tick off, unfortunately, a lot of these ACEs scores. And do you know what? That makes me passionate. That makes me want to say, do you know what? David Goggins has a chapter about it in his book. I was supposed to be a statistic. Me too. We all fit into some kind of bad statistic where we could say, do you know what? I've been through bad things, so that excuses me to be a piece of shit. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's a victim mentality, and I also think it's narcissistic. How dare you be so self-absorbed that you think you're the only person to ever go through anything? And I hate this constant comparison of, oh, well, you just haven't been through it, so you don't understand. I'm very much a firm believer that anything anyone goes through in life is hard for them. Yes, even the millionaires who woke up and they've just lost £2 million, but they've still got 7 million in the bank. That for them actually feels bad, because you know what? Like, we are all human. Like, unless you're a complete psychopath, we all have struggles and we all deal with things. It's about how we respond to those things that make us who we are. You know, it's not, oh, this thing happened outside of my control, so that means I'm this person. No, you are who you decide to be and how you decide to act. And again, I go back to the idea of the sisterhood. Girls, what are we doing to each other? What are we doing? What are we becoming? Encouraging each other to be the worst version of ourselves because we're bitter and angry about bad experiences that we've had. What are we doing? You know, the men are out here, and in my opinion, they go a bit too hard on each other with the self-improvement stuff. It gets a bit out of hand when you're hearing, like, to be any kind of valuable man, you have to have like 9 supercars and be absolutely ripped and own 7 businesses. Like, it does get a bit much. Men aren't innocent of all of this stuff. But in general, men encourage each other to be better, and they actually seem to understand what men benefit from. Women are constantly talking about how we're trying to better each other and better ourselves, but it's all things making us worse. Because how can it be good for us pushing men away? We need men. How on earth can that possibly be good for us?
Great points. And actually, I'm a little bit sad today because I did have 10 cars. I just lost 3, and I own 10 businesses. I lost a few of those as well, but I'm still doing the interview. This is the life of a man. Tell you what, it's difficult.
You're so strong. Live your truth.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It really touches me. That does. But no, great points. And, you know, you mentioned as well the whole social media stuff. We were talking about this is, I've been saying this for a while, Christine, that I suppose the marriage of my main field of focus is what you would call Marxism or leftism and the indoctrination that comes with it. Feminism is kind of one of the many offshoots of that, pretty much. But that married with the influence of feminism, married with technology, as you say, and we're talking about social media as well, that has produced that, you know, that instant gratification, quick fix, pay attention to me factor, which is kind of making things even worse, because if there's these issues kind of that are common in females, but they also have the ability to simply, whenever they run into difficulty with a male or in their personal relationships, they can just replace the male very quickly. And I've been on the receiving end of that myself. So how much of a factor is this, do you think, the whole kind of spoiling factor, or having spoiled for choice pretty much?
Yeah, so obviously it's a fact that women are naturally hypergamous. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, unfortunately, in my space, there are a lot of people that puts them off dating women altogether. Unfortunately, it is just a fact, and it makes biological sense. It makes sense for women to seek the man with the most resources to keep them and their offspring safe. I just think with social media, like you say, with Marxism married in, like, it's just put it all on steroids. So unfortunately, you know, men are constantly trying to live up to women's expectations. Women are constantly raising the bar. And, you know, you have women who will download dating apps and have hundreds of men DMing them, and it's just, we've commodified people. You know, all of these street interviews and podcasts and stuff, like they are great for data collection, but I do worry that we have commodified each other. You know, you ask people, what do you look for in a partner? And it's like we've become too focused on that stuff that we forget to actually meet the people and let them unfold in real time as a human being. So it's like the second that a guy doesn't fit a woman's checklist, or he does something that she doesn't like, well, she's on to the next. And it's because we've glorified that kind of mindset in our culture, because like you say, everything is commodified now, including people. And I don't know the way back from that. I really, really don't. I just think it's really sad, because for the so-called more empathetic sex, we've lost all empathy for men as a race, as a species in general. There is no empathy towards men whatsoever. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with the, I guess, gender war, is the fact that there seems to be zero compassion from a lot of women towards men. And there needs to, you know, this is a controversial take I have. Bonnie Blue, right? She, you could argue, is doing a whole world of harm for society. And listen, I don't know if what she says has any merit to it, where she says, you know, I'm reducing the amount of sexual assaults because I let them use me instead of, who knows? Beside the point. But it does seem that she actually has an ounce of compassion for men. Like, how is that? She's like the antithesis of everything I talk about, but I have more respect for her as like a woman actually caring about like men than I do the average female influencer who's online saying things like, oh, if he isn't giving you this, if he wanted to, he would. If he's not showing up with a box of chocolates and a big bouquet of flowers every time, then like get rid of him and get a new one. Like, I have more respect for people like Bonnie Blue, because people will ask her and say things like, well, what about these men? Like, they're dirty and they're disgusting. And look, certainly I probably wouldn't be very attracted to a guy if I found out that he had been in a Bonnie Blue lineup. But there is, you know, for as much of a psycho I think she is, and she's certainly got dead eyes, like there's actual compassion there. She says it herself. When she first started, she viewed a lot of these men as like, oh, like, why are you doing this? But as time's gone on, you know, she's seen them as human. She's got talking to them. She's like, do you know what? A lot of them are in shitty marriages. They're working all day long just to go home to a wife who's bitching at them. They're told constantly in the media and by the government and online that they're misogynistic, that they're a problem. And I kind of get it. You know, how is that this woman who's doing something as ludicrous and outrageous and abhorrent as sleeping with 1,000 men in a day is somehow more compassionate to the average man than the average woman? I think that we've got to that point in society. Something's really, really wrong.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that's the benchmark now, is we need to get most of the indoctrinated women up to Bonnie Blue's level of compassion and understanding. That's the hellscape you now live in. My God. And to add into what you were saying about social media objectification, Son, you made a great, we were having in our private correspondent, you said, quote, women objectify themselves and other men. Dating apps have created commodification of human beings, which is perfect. So they're kind of objectifying themselves and men as well. And I'm sure you've heard that contradiction. You hear, because of the feminist indoctrination, females are saying that, you know, we're sick of men treating us like objects. This is terrible. This can't go on. Yet every time I go onto social media, there's always a female somehow using physical attractiveness to get noticed, objectifying themselves. It's really extraordinary. It's like there's a tremendous amount of contradiction here.
And we all do it. We all do it. Every single one of us, men or women. Like, we're going to objectify ourselves to a degree, because it just works. You know, the male peacock shows his pretty fan feather thing, and the women are like, yeah, I want some of that. And if he didn't do that, then he probably wouldn't get a mate. And it's the same thing. You know, women, we dress ourselves up, we present ourselves in a way that we think is going to attract the kind of partner that we want. You know, I don't want a guy who's, you know, sleeping with 20 other women. So do you know what? I don't dress like I'm just available for sex. But, you know, I still present myself in a certain way. My dad always has this joke with me that he's like, oh, you wouldn't have your YouTube channel if you look like the back end of a bus. And as much as I'd love to sit here and say, do you know what? Like, what I say is really important. And if I was 300 pounds and, you know, look like the back end of a bus, like my dad says, that I would still have 200K subscribers on YouTube. That's not true. Like, I'm not stupid. And it's the same way for men. You know, there are male influencers. And as Dad quite rightly says, they don't look like the back end of a bus. We all objectify each other. But it's this constant insistence from women that it's men doing it to us when we do it to ourselves anyway. You know, you will see these, I found this girl on Instagram recently, and she was calling out the gym influencers. She's a gym influencer, and she shows the videos of her at the gym, like her form. So she'll show it from the angle of like side angle. She'll do it like from the front. She'll focus on, I don't know, I'm not a gym girl, but like the correct form for being at the gym, right? And she said something along the lines of like, if you actually care about women getting to the gym and getting fit, why are you not focusing on the form? Why do you have to have the phone like angled up your butt crack? So it's like, even the women who are like, oh, I'm doing this for myself, this, that, and the other. It's like, but you are constantly leading with sexual objectification. These female pop stars, I covered this in a video, it'll be coming out this week. Women will love to say that people like Sydney Sweeney are for the male gaze, and the reason that she dresses or looks the way she looks is for the male gaze. What's the difference between Sydney Sweeney and Kim Kardashian? You know, who leaked Kim Kardashian's sex tape? It wasn't a man. It was her own damn mother, another woman. You know, Sabrina Carpenter. She gets a lot of like love and hate from the feminists. One minute she's for the male gaze, being sexually objectified by men, but it's like, is a man holding a gun to her head, making her dress, act, and talk in a provocative manner? Taylor Swift, renowned for having a huge female audience. Why does she go on stage wearing basically a swimsuit and stocking high boots? Her audience isn't even male. And yet this is men objectifying women. No, this is women objectifying themselves. I don't care about that. Like I said, we all do it. It's the fact that they will insist it's men doing it to them when they are the ones doing it to themselves. What makes it worse is they will then go and objectify men. Sometimes sexually. You know, I've heard about these shows in London and stuff that women like to go to. It's like a male version of like a strip club. But that's, I think, less so than the other kind of objectification, which is utility objectification. Women will objectify men. They will put men down to, what do you do? What do you make for a living? Can you change a tire? Can you do all of this? That's still objectification. That is still you judging another human being based on what value can they provide you? What service can they give you? That's no different to a man looking at a woman, going, do you know what? She's got massive jugs. That's going to be great in the bedroom. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, well, you got me right at the end. I was doing so well.
Thing, by the way, that is the Sydney Sweeney thing. Yeah. I've said it before, right? The only reason that women hate Sydney Sweeney is because, god damn, like, my gosh, why, God, why? Some of us are over here looking like an ironing board, and Sydney Sweeney just gets like 2 watermelons on it. What the hell is going on there? Like, this is intersexual female competition. She's beautiful, god damn it, and women hate that. That is why Sydney Sweeney gets the hate that she gets, because she's attractive.
Yeah, well, actually, on that point, right, I never thought I'd mention Sydney Sweeney on this show, but I think she is pretty attractive, but you're right, it's mostly the boobs, I would say, gets her most of the attention for sure.
And a mistake if I've ever seen one. Like, wow, yeah. Most people have to have surgery to look like that. Like, that is just unbelievable. I'm so butthurt. I can't believe it.
Well, you should get out in the streets and have a protest like the feminists and say we need to bring Sydney Sweeney.
We all have big boobs.
Oh, I love it. You know, on that thing though, I suppose, of using, you know, how should we, as you put it, we all do it to a certain degree, but I think it's why you're doing it. If someone's objectifying themselves because they just want attention, they want likes on TikTok, and they don't really have anything to say. So if a female does that, that's one thing. But a female is using her attractiveness to actually promote a positive message, or you know, make a point about something. Or the holy grail to me is females who expose feminism for what it is. That's a totally different ball game, I would say. And I mean, I think of that stuff myself. As you can tell,
women listen to other pretty women. like you will notice that the female influencers who other women flock to, I just love Dad saying, they don't look like the back end of a bus. You know, like even it's this idea that, oh, women don't use their beauty to receive status in the way that men use male hierarchies to receive status. Like, it's still true. Like, you don't, this whole thing of like, oh, get rid of men and let's commodify men and men are trash and all of this. Like, they're not listening to the ugly girls saying that. They're listening to the other pretty girls saying that. So, like, we all do it. Objectification is a thing. Like you say, it's all about why are you using it?
Yeah, spot on. I mean, even there's an influencer in Ireland I suppose she's kind of connected with the political right, and she does that. She's got a huge following. She does that a little bit herself, but she would be like a high level analyst of stuff like, say, legal matters and so on. And she is an attractive woman, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. I don't see any problem with that, because I suppose and the internet.
Attractive people, we like attractive art, we like a beautiful sunset. Like, it makes sense. There's another sort of right-wing commentator, I forget her surname, but her name is Ava something. She does a lot of stuff on the right on Twitter.
Yeah, she's Dutch.
Gorgeous woman. Gorgeous. Like, I could listen to her talk all day just because I'm like, wow, you're so pretty. Like, that's not a bad thing. That's human nature.
Absolutely, yeah. And like a lot of stuff I always say, it's the consciousness behind it is the important thing, really, and the message that's being brought. And something kind of attached into a few things we've been talking about, which I'm keen to kind of talk with you about, was I could only describe it as like spoiled brat behavior. And this is probably my own personal studies with dating and relationships mixed with my understanding of Marxism and the class struggle, oppressor and oppressed and so on. The lack of accountability and everything that's brought in by this kind of thinking, it kind of really sabotages a personality in a really fundamental way. And that is, in this life, and we've kind of alluded to a little bit, is that people need to do a bit of self-criticism or accept criticism from others to kind of evolve as individuals. But if a person's kind of wired into never having to deal with that, life is all about pleasure, the quick fix, the hedonism and so on, those things make us feel nice, the instant gratification. But doing that self-development and evolutionary work on yourself can be a little bit painful and uncomfortable sometimes. And I think in this modern age we are in, people are really missing out. You know, there's the potential of long-term genuine happiness and fulfillment, but they're missing out on that in return for the short kind of quick fix, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, unfortunately, you touched it like straight on the money, is the fact that there is no real struggles anymore. So people are thinking, well, there's no struggles anymore. I'll just enjoy hedonism. I'll just enjoy instant gratification and pleasure. But they don't realize that it's in pursuit of the struggles that we actually get the most fulfillment. You know, it's in the pursuit of completing tasks, for lack of a better term, that we actually get fulfillment. If there's no task to complete, I mean, what's the meaning? I think Jordan Peterson puts it best, and he's a huge influence on me and how I came into, you know, my space of content. You know, he says life is all about finding something that drives you to overcome things. And unfortunately, I think when it comes to a lot of women in today's day and age, the kind of general consensus is you're not supposed to struggle. And if you are struggling, it's someone else's fault. And do you know what that does? It just keeps women struggling. Because if you're telling women that your struggles are someone else's responsibilities, they have no awareness that they can do something about it. It's just the price. Everything has a cost. If you want to do something about it, you have to be willing to acknowledge that some of it's in your control. And people hate that, especially when it comes to things like relationships. People don't want to admit that maybe they didn't conduct themselves in the best way. People, even in the worst case scenario, it's quite a controversial take, but even in scenarios where things have gone seriously, seriously wrong, I am still a firm believer that take as much accountability as you can, because I would rather know that there's something I can do about my situation than I'm a victim and there's nothing I can do and I'm going to have to feel like crap forever. I don't think that helps anyone in any situation, and it just makes people bitter. You know, to go back to the thing we talked about earlier with beauty and women using their beauty, it's the same thing if a strong man, you know, is to overpower a woman. Like, a man can use his strength for good and use it to, protect himself, protect his family, protect women in general, protect our borders and, protect society and do the jobs that women can't do. Or he can use that strength for evil. And I think women, we have incredible amounts of inner thought. We've got a complex inner world. There was this comedian who made this point that men can go into a place in their mind called their nothing box, and there's genuinely nothing in there. Like, you ask a guy, what are you thinking about? Nothing. We can't fathom that. What do you mean there's nothing going on? We've always got something on. And I do think that we have, if realized, if self-actualized, we can have incredible mental power as women. Men went to war for women. We have so much more to offer than obviously just, Sydney Sweeney boobs. Like, there is incredible strength in there. There is incredible passion, incredible art. The feminine in mythology is often represented chaos. That doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. If you've ever seen the power of a volcano or the power of a hurricane and these chaotic things, there is something breathtaking and awe-striking about these things. There's so much beauty that can be recognized in feminine chaos, but it needs that order. It needs that reflection from the man, that stability of order, and this is how we keep things in their boxes. But there's so much good that women could have if they could just stop getting in their own way.
That's a great point. And I suppose when females are being, as we kind of talked about, encouraged to be less feminine and more masculine, they're stepping into a role that doesn't really suit them. And they're going down this road that's not going to produce contentment in the end. They're missing out on going the other direction. And interestingly, it's no coincidence we've seen a massive spike in anxiety and depression in females that's been increasing over the last few decades, because feminism has been telling them that happiness is over here. It's in traveling, your career, and so on. The last thing you want to do is be a mother with kids at home. You're being restricted. It's like a benevolent concentration camp, as Betty Friedan called it in the 50s or whatever, the feminine mystique. So I think that there's a tremendous amount of sabotage going on here of the female coming from feminism. Your thoughts?
Women are our own worst enemies. Often. And I think there's so much more to it than just the intersexual competition. I think that's a big part of it. But something's gone seriously wrong, and I'm not quite sure what it is. All I know is that if we continue on this path, like I say, before we get to the point of not being able to replace ourselves, before we get to the point of population collapse, anxiety, depression, it's already going through the roof. It's only going to get so much worse. And I think that anxiety, that depression, it's lack of fulfillment that's manifesting in another way and then getting clinicalized and diagnosed as, oh, you've got this mental health disorder. It's like, no, maybe you've just put, I don't know, a baby penguin in a lion's cage. Like, we're in an unnatural position. We're somewhere we don't belong.
Spot on. And one of the videos you made recently, I've been trying to gobble up as many as I could, even though I'm quite a busy man, but one of them was woman takes a break from 34-year marriage and husband refuses to take her back. And it's something I've kind of seen before, of part of the indoctrination, as well as people not being happy with what they have, thinking there's more happiness somewhere else. And I'm sure there's a lot of men dealing with this. Again, I've dealt with it from personal experience. As men, we're kind of wired in a way to impress the woman, to look after her, to do different manly things. But if she's indoctrinated or influenced in a way not to appreciate those things at all, she's never really going to be happy. And it's the more energy you put in, it seems like a waste of time. So would you say that in many cases, strange as it sounds, that it's actually a mistake for men to kind of just continuously treat women well, regardless of what happens?
Yeah, I think the reality of the situation is that men are, it's a tough one, because I often struggle with understanding what the correct prescription is. It's very easy to diagnose the problem, but it's very hard to prescribe the solution. Because on the one hand, I want to say, no, it's men's natural tendency to be chivalrous. It's men's natural tendency to want to, impress a mate. As I said with the peacock analogy, like men do care for women, and I think that's an amazing trait in men, and I don't want to see that disappear. At the same time, I completely understand why men are just saying this is, the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore. And I hate that. I don't want to believe that. I would love to be one of these, traditional conservatives that come online and go, get married and have kids and it's all going to work out as long as you believe in God and you pray and everything's going to be fine. Like, I wish I believed that. I look at the evidence. The evidence isn't there. I'm constantly seeing, like that one instance, women just leaving men for no reason. Most divorces are initiated by women. And I just think I can't sit here and encourage men to go into something that the evidence is suggesting it might not work out. I still want people to get married. I still want people to have successful relationships. But I can't understand how people can just say, yeah, go into something when there's not been any change. Like, we're still expecting men to do all the things they've always done, but women aren't meeting men with that same expectation. If there was a general, and I am slightly optimistic about this, I am receiving more messages from women who are saying, hey, I watch your content, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you don't hate me, that's amazing. Like, it seems amongst Gen Z, there are younger individuals who are leaning more towards the traditional kind of life. Now, whether this is a mating strategy or what, I don't know. I don't care. I think it's a positive change overall. I don't really think the intention behind it is necessary unless we start seeing that the fruits of that are bad. I think that's a good thing. But for the moment, we'll have to wait and see when Gen Z is in their sort of 40s and 50s, how this pans out, if things do kind of balance out again. But where things are at now, men haven't changed all that much. Women have. And until I see some kind of civil reform, until I see on like a governmental level that there is just as much funding for men's domestic abuse charities, there is just as much funding for men's mental health, there is a minister for men and boys, just as there is for women, there is more equality in the divorce courts, more equality in the family courts, and when I go online, I see less misandry for women. Up until that day, I am not going to sit here and go, do you know what, men, you should just keep trying. Just keep trying. The women will come around. No. When do we as women go, do you know what, guys? We've made a massive mistake. We assessed the situation wrong. Yeah, okay, I'm personally of the belief, like, yes, we're all indoctrinated, but it's your own responsibility to, like, de-indoctrinate yourself. But fine, like, let's give in a hypothetical scenario, women are just helpless beings and we've all been indoctrinated. Like, okay, fine, whatever you want to go with. But at what point do we look at where we're at and realize this isn't working? What can we do to remedy the situation? Until that day happens, no, I don't think men should just keep trying. I can only speak as a woman, and I can only encourage other women to look at what your peers are telling you and seriously question it, because I don't think it's leading women down a good path.
Absolutely. And I suppose we kind of alluded to it there about, actually you mentioned earlier, and I've been saying this myself, okay, if we're going to turn this around, it's going to be like a massive effort and a big sea change in people's attitudes and lots of people pushing the same direction. Do you think if we were to make a list of solutions, do you think perhaps part of the things that might be effective is that we influence young men in particular to kind of, stop giving attention to females who are, contaminated with some of this thinking and prioritizing females who aren't? Maybe that'll create a little bit of social pressure or something like that to get some females to drift away from those behaviors. Do you think that would help?
Yeah, for sure. But where? How? This is the thing. It's like we can give all these prescriptions that in theory sound absolutely great. And sure, in theory that would work. But where? People aren't going out anymore. Where are people hanging out? Think about it. When I was growing up, I'm not sure how old you are, Emmett, but I'm sure you will remember a time where being at the pub was like a common thing on a Friday night after work. There were places for people to hang out. Things like public libraries used to be like busy. Shopping centers were busy. There weren't high street shops closing down every other day. The only world that people seem to connect on nowadays is online. So you say, should men stop giving attention to these kind of women? Well, these are the kind of women that are online. Where are they supposed to find these other women? You know, go to church. This is what I always hear from the Americans. Come to Britain. Our churches are empty. No one's in church. Where are these women? I know they're out there because obviously, like, I have friends, I have family. I myself certainly don't buy into like the feminist propaganda, but it's hard. And again, the onus of responsibility is on the men. Why is the onus of responsibility on the men when men haven't changed? It's women who've changed. It's women who've got to alter the course for correction. And it kind of melts my heart as well that, you know, even when I speak to men about this issue, like yourself, your first go-to is, well, what can we as men do to change it? Your automatic instinct is to help us. And I'm like, why can't women just freaking realize this? Like, that's so lovely. All we have to do is meet men where they are.
Yeah, true. And you know, I was saying that the solutions, if there are solutions, are not going to be pleasant, because when you're dealing with this type of behavior, somebody or something is going to be upset. So I absolutely agree with the idea that people need to take responsibility for their own actions, beliefs, 100%. And negative behavior needs to be called out within the females themselves. Also, I would like to see, I don't want to sound like a feminist, obviously, because I'm not, but I would like to see men not be afraid to challenge this behavior in females, because I see it all the time where, yeah, they're afraid to upset their sister or their niece or their girlfriend or mother or whatever it is. And men are going to have to use that masculinity to step in now and start to enforce change here, because the way I see it, females are not going to, as a collective, are not going to fix this themselves. You know, this is a societal problem. Do you think I'm being a bit too harsh with that, or what do you think?
No, not at all. So I have two things to say about that. The first thing is that on one level, absolutely, I agree with what you're saying. In the home, in personal relationships, I absolutely think men need to step up. I've said this online a lot. If you look at the average British household, the woman tends to rule the roost. Sayings like happy wife, happy life. You watch any daytime television show, you know, the ITV, Good Morning Britain stuff, like the man is kind of just being like subtly emasculated the whole time. So yeah, men need to stick up for themselves in those situations and go, enough is enough. However, again, I'm not going to sit here and give advice to men about what they should do in their professional lives and say, yeah, stand up to that woman in your workplace who's emasculating you and now they're out of a job. That would be incredibly irresponsible of me as a woman who doesn't have to deal with that kind of pressure, but that is the situation that we're facing. Men can't stick up for themselves because, again, there's no civil reform. The institutions, the governments, the education systems, it's all tailored against men. You know, in primary school, there's a guy who he did this show on I think it's called the Big Think channel. I forget his name now. He was on the Chris Williamson podcast as well recently. He does a lot of work for men and boys, and he pointed out that even primary school ages are more catered towards women. It is correct that women should be going to school from about the age of 5, but men's educational side of their brain doesn't develop the same way women's does. You know, young women, if we want to get controversial, become women when they go through menstruation, which is obviously like a crazy young age for some women. Men don't really, you know, have a deeper voice, hit puberty until far later than women. But yet the school system is tailored towards women, and anything that is traditionally masculine is treated as bad behavior. You know, I remember it well in primary school. Any kind of boisterousness is seen as a bad thing. That it's like, literally, the word boy is in boisterous. We're telling people from such a young age that anything male equals bad. Boisterousness equals danger. When it's like, it's that same boisterousness and male aggression that keeps the four walls of our country standing, that keeps the concrete in our roads flat, that keeps the water coming through our pipes clean, that keeps the electricity on. Like, how can you teach people from such a young age, teach men that their natural tendencies is something to be ashamed of? So yeah, I want men to stick up for themselves, but everything, absolutely everything on every layer of society is skewed against them.
Yeah, this is it. It's this is almost becoming universal now. And again, I've been saying this for a few years. My kind of approach, Christine, is to Okay, there's no time to get into it, but pretty much to go after this ideology right at the core, and it's not going to be easy. And it's obviously coming from the education system, the pop culture, the mainstream media. It's coming through everything pretty much, and that's why I try not to get dragged into current affairsy type stuff too much, or people think they can simply vote their way out of this. It's a lot more complex than that. I mean, okay, and so say, okay.
Oh, I've lost your sound, Emmett.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. So say, for example, if we can't, I say to people sometimes, don't worry too much about trying to save the world and turning the ship around too much, certainly if it's going to stress you out. But one thing we could definitely do is, try to safeguard individuals as best we can. So what would you say if you had the opportunity to talk to, a young female who is in, her mid-teens or whatever, if you think there's a chance he's going to get contaminated with feminist thinking by a relative or someone in college or whatever, what would you say to her?
A young female?
Yeah, sure.
Look at people whose lives you want to emulate. If you look up to your aunt or your cousin who is married or in a relationship and has children, and you think, gosh, I'd love to be like her. Do what she did. Speak to her. And if she starts telling you that she regrets it and she's actually not happy, that's fine. But if you look at her life and you think, I would like that, then listen to people who also want that. There's going to be a lot of young women that don't know what they want. I certainly remember being a young girl, and I was quite a tomboy growing up. Thank God I grew up when I did. I'd be trans now if I grew up in today's day and age. But, look to people, look around and see what makes you happy. Unfortunately, I think with the modern age, there's so many options available to women. I would just say, don't bet on anything. Don't bet on anything until you know for sure what you want. Because at 16, you might think, I want a career. Then you might go to university for 2 years and say, do you know what? This isn't for me. I do want to have a family. So I think people need to just be able to figure it out and find people that you trust, and find people who genuinely have your best interests in heart. And people who have your best interests at heart, they will tell you things that upset you. Someone who constantly tells you everything you do is the greatest decision ever doesn't have your best interests at heart. Surround yourself with people who can challenge your views, who encourage you to think about why you like something. If you decide you want to be a doctor, find people around you who will ask you why. If you don't know why, use those people to figure out what it is. Because it might be that you want fulfillment from something. And maybe that fulfillment doesn't have to come from 8 years at medical school. I think you need to surround yourself with good people. You need to figure things out and really question everything you do, because there are going to be people telling you right now, go get married, have a family, have a bunch of kids. And do you know what? For everyone, that's not the option. I do think for the majority of women, it is the better option. But I'm also a firm believer, if you're a woman who fundamentally hates kids, you want nothing to do with them, you definitely shouldn't be a mum. But I think for the majority of women, again, there might be someone out there telling you, go get your doctor's degree, go to university, never rely on a man, never trust a man, and put all your eggs in that basket. Don't trust any of it. Everything online right now has some kind of agenda. That my main piece of advice, I think, to a young, say 13, 14-year-old girl would be, please don't go on social media. Please stay off of it for as long as you can.
Great points. So as we come towards the end here, Christine, tell us a little bit about, what you've got lined up and such, and talk about your channel and so on.
Yeah. So you can follow me on X, as you can see below, Christine Grace X. I try and be on there as much as I can. But yeah, it gets a bit crazy on there sometimes, so I do take a break. But YouTube is where I am most of the time. My channel is Christine Grace Smith. We try our best to have a lot of fun over there. It's very similar to how you've seen me in this conversation. I literally just speak my mind. I don't think I have an ounce of professionalism left in me, so you will just hear my raw, unfiltered thoughts. I've just started a new channel. It's called Christine Grace Grounded, and it is my way of battling the nihilism that comes up from reacting to thousands of videos a week of people just destroying their lives in real time. I'm very much a firm believer that there is still goodness out there. There's goodness in the world, and there's really interesting people out there, and that life's so much more interesting than just the black and white that we see online. whilst the black and white is really entertaining, and I won't stop reacting to it because I do love what I do, I'm trying to get out there on the ground more. So yeah, that's something that I'm going to be starting. It's Christine Grace Grounded on YouTube.
Well, Christine, thanks very much for speaking to me today. Fantastic conversation. I mean, I love your work. It really is noble work, and I'm going to try my best to tell people about it and get them to get over and watch those videos and such. But thanks very much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you so much for having me. It's been such a pleasant conversation. It's nice to have someone to bounce off.
No worries. I was hoping it would have that effect. But thanks very much, Christine. So I really appreciate it, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, there you have it, Christine Grace Smith. So make sure you check out our YouTube channel. The link will be below in the description. Make sure you follow me on X at ResolvingOr. Subscribe to the channel, and make sure you subscribe to Christine as well and follow her on X too. I've tried to brainwash you all with the handle in the episode, so make sure you go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. I will speak to you in the next video, so take care and bye for now. Thanks.
Good evening, folks. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm just got a new studio set up here again, so I'm just streaming some bits and pieces from the channel. Yeah, stay tuned for the next one. I'm playing something new shortly.
Welcome, ladies and gents. This is Emmett, the host of the Resolving Reality podcast and the author of the book Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. Back with another series of live streams, interviews, some other bits and pieces as well. So if you wouldn't mind, please do like, follow, subscribe, share this content, and drop your comments down below as well. Your support is greatly, greatly appreciated. So in today's live stream, I'm honored to be joined by a very popular and successful Chinese-American author who, believe it or not, survived Mao Zedong's regime in communist China, came to the States a few decades ago, and she's been very bravely speaking out about communism and its potential effect on the United States. She released a book in 2023 called Mao's America, A Survivor's Warning, and at the start of this year she released her new book, Made in America, The Hidden History of How the US Enabled Communist China and Created Our Greatest Threat. So fascinating title, fascinating book, very impressive with us so far. So without further ado, I'll bring on my guest, Guy Van Fleet. Guy, good morning, and how are you doing?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
No problem. Great to speak to you. It's a real honor. I think I became aware of you about, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. I was on an American Space, I'm pretty sure it was, and we kind of followed each other. Yes. I've been aware of you since then, following your work. Congratulations on your success. The recent book is absolutely fantastic. Very impressed with it. I love talking to specialists. I like learning more about what I do. It kind of empowers me quite a bit more. And before we get into any of the details, let me know, how's it going so far, and what's the reception been like for the new book?
It's been going really well. I have been busy going to different platforms and promote this book. And this book is a little bit different than the last. It's a lot of history. Actually, it's more than a century of history. And so it will take some patience for people to learn about all the facts. But once you see it, you will never unsee it. Because the same tactic that the CCP has been using from 100 years ago and still working today, and that works in the United States and in the West. And so it is important that people understand it, and then people can see through it and see now we're in such a dire situation. And communism is no longer over there during the Cold War, right? We can see that it's over there in Soviet Union and it's over there in China. Now it's everywhere. It's inside our society, and Ireland is no exception.
Yeah, well spotted. Yeah, as we both know, exactly what you said. Once people get into this game, you go, oh my God, this is everywhere, and people can't see it. It's really quite extraordinary. And I mean, it's amazing that you opened my eyes to how far back this goes. I was in the States. I mean, I was aware of, say, the socialist movements in the late 1800s, the labor union movements. We could see the beginnings of Marxist or socialist thinking. And then you had in the 1920s, of course, the Soviets were in America with the Comintern, creating all this trouble in the background. But the history of Chinese influence goes back really far too, as the book outlines. I don't want to ruin it for the readers, but how has the response been when you try to say to people, listen, communism is not just in the past, it's here, and China it presents a clear and present danger to the United States?
I have to say, this is amazing. When I started to speak out in 2021, I started to use the word communism. A lot of people advised me, including my husband, said, just don't use that word. People will think you're crazy. People will think about 50s and the Cold War. I said, but it is communism. And now listen to people. This is a word that everybody is using today. And in 2024's election, Trump calls out Kamala as a comrade Kamala and call their agenda communist. So I think people finally start to see this is communism. There's no better word for it.
Exactly right. Yeah, spot on. And I mean, you have to just keep hammering this home to people. I find it amazing. It's like half the planet is literally asleep. And in my opinion, this ideology is destroying everything. Obviously the Chinese... Everything. Yeah, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, of course, for the viewers who don't know, I mean, it is a dictatorial, totalitarian system, and it's just one part of the communist movement. But in my opinion, it's the most dangerous one. What do you say when you talk to people? I deal with this all the time, Xi. People look at me like I'm from space when I start talking about communism. They look at me like I'm from another planet. And what do you say to people when they say, oh, but China used to be communist. It's not communist anymore. That was a different era. What are you talking about? They can't be so dangerous nowadays. What's your usual response?
Yeah, this is something I addressed in the book because this is a very important question. And yes. I was in the conservative. I was in the conservative event not too long ago, and one of the people in the audience said, "I'm so glad you talk about this because just today I was talking to a liberal friend." And she said, well, China is no longer a communist country. It's a capitalist country. And I don't have an answer for it. And that's important that people understand that China has always been a communist country. It's not that what they say. It's in their constitution. And they don't hide it. They absolutely don't hide it. It's right there in the open. And if you go to Tiananmen Square, that is the heart of the power structure in China. You still see Mao Zedong's portrait there, who had killed more than 80 million Chinese. It's still there. Nothing has changed. It is a communist country. What happened is the people here, especially the liberals, they refuse to see it. They want to be deceived. And that is the story of this book. So many people, it's not, you can't say, oh, the CCP are so cunning. They really deceived so many generations of American political leaders. But it's not that simple. Those political leaders, they wanted to be deceived. They wanted to see what's not there or what's there. They deceived by their own worldview, which is no longer biblical, which has been liberal and then Marxist.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, I know things are not black and white. We're dealing with ideology. We're dealing with brainwashing. And I don't know how many people in America are contaminated with this thinking. And I know that America has the two-party system with the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. I know that not all Republicans or people who call themselves Republican are, you know, fully awakened to communism and they're full-blown patriots. Likewise, I don't think everyone on the Democratic side is 100% full-blown Marxist revolutionary. But I'm sure, is it kind of like that? Generally, the reaction are people in the Democratic camp looking at you like you're crazy, trying to dismiss your work and so on?
Well, actually, I have no access to the people on the left. No one would invite me to talk. And the only opportunity I have is on Twitter or X. And that I deal with them on a daily basis. So I'm really grateful because I want to talk to them. I want to know what's in their head. But so far, I have been talking to conservative groups. And even there, I would say many of them have no idea. They have no idea that the nature of our fight has changed. It's no longer Democrat versus Republican. The Democrats kind of go crazy. It's no longer that. It is really a matter of a fight between good and evil, and communism and freedom. And a lot of the students understand it, and that's our challenge.
Yeah, and I suppose exactly, you said it there, it's the fight between good and evil. And I think politics is definitely a part of this, but people have to start looking at this from a point of view of, you know, consciousness awakening or indoctrination. It's as much a psychological and sociological issue as it is political, in my view. And I think that people have to, you know, elevate their understanding, and that's where your work comes in, my work comes in. People like James Lindsay, Jeff Nyquist, Trevor Loudon, there's loads of people chipping away at this from different angles, and they really need to put more effort into studying this stuff. Are people shocked as well when you talk about this being potentially as well a kind of mortal danger for the United States? I mean, the Chinese Communist Party, like all communist groups, tend to be anti-Western, and America has been the big baddie for over 100 years. Are people shocked when you present them with the idea that America is an actual physical danger as well?
I think a lot of people told me that my first book was an eye-opener to them. A lot of them knew, just by instinct. You knew something's wrong. You knew that, you know, they ride on the streets and all this chaos, but they have no idea that this is a repeat of history. People like me, I'm still here, you know, I'm not that old yet, you know, and I personally experienced another cultural revolution only 50 years ago, and more than 50 years ago. So it is something that people now see, oh my God, there's true that nothing new under the sun. And with that, I think they have a much deeper understanding that what's going on today is something that has been happening in history. And then we know what happened in the end of the Chinese communist, the Chinese Cultural Revolution. And
yes,
we know the same thing will happen to us. So I think that's what I think that my contribution is, that I lived through it. It's not that I read some books and did some research. I lived through it. I'm telling you, it's the same thing. And I'm telling you, we will have the same result if we don't stop it, which is the destruction of a civilization and the destruction of a nation.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, and I believe it is the big issue in the world right now. The people aren't talking about this, engaging with it. As far as I'm concerned, they're not in the game. And as you talk about in the book, globalism is communism. It's about global control. A lot of people haven't caught onto this, which is quite extraordinary. You think of the tens of millions of people across Western countries who are complaining about the effects of globalism and so on. They don't quite understand the ideology behind it. And say with the Chinese American community in the States, I know that the CCP can scare a lot of people. Their influence spreads across the world. What's the reaction been of Chinese Americans in the States? Are they inclined to support you either openly or kind of privately?
And it's the same thing, actually. It's very interesting. After I spoke out in 2021, many of my friends just pretty much just distanced themselves from me because we have different political views. So a lot of my leftist friends no longer talk to me. So then during the process, I made a lot of friends with Chinese patriots. They are Chinese American patriots.
Great.
So I think this is something that I did talk in this book, the second book, a lot about the Chinese Americans, their experience. And a lot of people, American, thought that, once you live through communism, you will never again support communism. It's not true. Not true at all. And the people like me who lived through the Cultural Revolution, suffered. A lot of them lost family members, and then they come to America. And then they somehow just could not see that the leftist it's the same thing as communism. And because they kind of readily bought this idea that now in America, they are victims. And they're victims of what's called white supremacy. And they absolutely seek the protection of a new savior, the Communist Democratic Party. And they fell into the same trap twice. And I said, if you fool me once, it's my fault. If you fool me twice, no.
Shame on me. Yeah, I got it.
If you fool me once, it's your fault. If you fool me twice, it's my fault. Many people are still being fooled.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chinese, American Chinese. It's very sad.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at, say, looking at the concept you're presenting people with the new book is that America's kind of under attack. When I look at even just the history, America was, I know this goes back over 100 years. America's capitalist. It's arguably America's a big capitalistic success story. The greatest country in the world. It's got issues like any other nation, but it's done really well for itself. And that's one of the reasons why communists want to attack it. Another reason is America, particularly since World War II, was the major opponent to the spread of communism, the Korean War, the Indochina Wars, including the Vietnam War, the Cold War in general. So is that perhaps why the CCP wants to attack America, or are there other reasons?
Yeah, you laid it out pretty clearly. And in its inception, the Chinese Communist Party regarded they know exactly who were their top three or the trio, the enemy of three entities, and that is Christianity, capitalism, and United States.
Yes.
And why United States? Because it embodied both. And that is very clear from the very beginning. And as I described in my book, after the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in 1921, at that time, they only have 52 members. All of them were professors and their students. So it's the radical intellectuals, just like today, the so-called 白左, white liberals. Okay. So they started to take action because they founded the party. And what was their first campaign? The first campaign was an anti-Christian campaign. because back then in the early 1900s, there's a lot of missionaries from the West as well as from the United States. And so they absolutely consider that the biggest threat to their newly founded party. And that has never stopped. That has never stopped. But it is interesting to know they pick church as their first target for their communist revolution.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I don't want to knock you off track here, and we could focus on China and the United States, but as I kind of go into in my work, in many ways, communism likes to attack Christianity because it's, for many reasons, including that it's, Marxism is essentially Satanism repackaged. It kind of destroys everything, including creation itself. It's also a competing ideology, I guess. Christianity has certain strong belief systems in it, moral standards. We should cherish life, cherish the human experience, and communism does anything but that. But maybe as well, by people, I was thinking why Americans would struggle to think the Chinese regime is so dangerous is because they're not seeing an army coming over the hill. They don't think of it in terms of the communism of the past, like the Vietnam War or the Cuban Missile Crisis or anything that involved war or potential war. But I mean, China, the CCP regime is very sneaky in how it does its thing. It seems to be using political influence, economic appropriation, buying up territory and so on, getting its tentacles into things. Would you say that's a fair assessment of the kind of tactics that it uses?
No, I think that is the kind of a narrative that most people accept in the West and in the United States, that China was, it's kind of dangerous, but we never had a confrontation with them, which is so wrong, which is absolutely false, and which I explained in my book. And think about this, for the entire Cold War, and the Soviet Union was considered our greatest threat to both Europe and to America. But we never had a confrontation with them. We never had a war with them, which is not true with the CCP. We fought the CCP in Korean War. 60,000 American soldiers died, although more than 300,000 Chinese soldiers died, but who cares? They basically used to secure power for Mao and for the Kim family.
Yes.
And then fast forward, during the Vietnam War, the Chinese government sent out 300,000 troops during the duration of the war. And they were absolutely in the war, fighting against the Americans and killing Americans. And fast forward, and then we see that how many people died with fentanyl overdose. That came from China. Hundreds of thousands. And fast forward just a few years ago, the CCP brought to the entire world CCP virus. We should not even call it COVID. It's CCP virus. Killed millions of people worldwide.
Yes.
So CCP is not so-called peaceful. They were just using their political powers and to show their strength. No, they have been actively killing Americans and killing people around the world. They are absolutely a deadly threat to the entire world.
Yeah, and that, as you said, you joined the dots there. It's when people don't know the history of some of the stuff that's happened, like the conflicts in the past, they don't think that America has fought the CCP before, which they actually have, as you outlined. And then recent things, everybody knows about COVID and what happened, but people were going on about the Illuminati or the global elites, and it was all, conspiracy stuff. And I was like, well, COVID came from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Nothing happens in China without the say-so of the CCP. So, I mean, it's just people not joining the dots. They don't understand the danger of what they're dealing with here.
Absolutely. And I think we should call it the CCP virus. And Trump called it the China virus, upset a lot of people. I would say, let's call it the CCP virus. And let's continue to do it, to remind the people that it was the CCP released I don't know it's accidental or not, but they released that virus, and I myself suffer from it. I was in ICU for 10 days after I caught the COVID or the CCP virus.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I often try to bring that up to Irish patriots or British patriots or anyone else to show them what they're dealing with and how powerful this communist movement is and what it will do to Western nations if given the chance. Very vicious ideology. And one of the crazy ideas I've encountered with is I think a lot of this comes from Soviet era propaganda, and Ireland is certainly contaminated with this thinking. Don't get me started for over 100 years with communist brainwashing, but there are some people who think, America has nothing to do with us. China's nothing to do with us. We're a neutral country. We don't care about any of this stuff. And they don't seem to care about the idea of China potentially becoming the world's dominant force over the United States. They don't really have a preference. They see them both as equal, and America's equally dangerous. How would you respond to that?
I think this is really the time that it should be very clear to everyone, every country in the world. It is you are either with us or you are with the CCP. And so
Yes.
there's no such a thing as a neutral country. Oh, I'm out of this. Is a fight between the United States and China. Now we are neutral. There's no such a thing as neutral, because what the CCP wanted to do is to not just surpass United States, but replace it as the number one superpower. And then they're going to have a new world order, and that the CCP are going to set the rules. And if you see what they treat the people inside China, you can just pretty much get the idea of how they're going to treat the people that they conquer. And so it is absolutely, it is a battle of biblical scale. It is between good and evil. And everyone should choose the side and choose the correct side, the side of the good.
Yes, 100%, and I think that's crazy for people in Western countries, as you said there. I don't think they understand what's going to happen if China gets even more and more control over Western nations. I mean, they have like a gulag prison system, the Laogai prison network in China. We see how they treat political opponents. We see how they treat people who are religious and so on, and they run the country with an iron grip, and that's Chinese people. I can't imagine what they would do to Europeans and so on if they ran the show. Actually, on the screen here, I thought you'd find this interesting. Gee, I just found this article. Let me just go full screen here. It's quite old. It's about 7 years old, I think, but it's pretty much some of the Chinese diaspora in Ireland, well, specifically people from Hong Kong, spoke to Irish reporters saying that they knew that within the Chinese diaspora in Ireland, there were members of the community reporting to the Chinese Communist Party, and they were told to spy on Irish people. This is the kind of stuff going on in the background that I don't think Irish people quite understand, that we're being studied, perhaps reconnaissance for something that's going to happen later. Are you kind of shocked by what these people said to the media?
Yes, this is absolutely commonplace in America as well. So just a few days ago, and someone I met on X she read my book and she wanted me to speak at her grandchild Catholic school, Catholic high school here in Virginia. And so she made a request to the school, and the school responded, no, we can't do that. We can't let someone like me to speak their school, because they have Chinese students and they have to be sensitive. Sensitive about what? About the danger of communism? So this
Exactly.
is, the people don't see it. The American people don't see it, and there are a lot of people from China. Some unknowingly they get paid. Some unknowingly defend the CCP, because CCP has been brainwashed people to believe that China is CCP and the CCP is China. If you disagree with the government, you are against China. You're hurting the feelings of the Chinese people. And this is this has been really brainwashed a lot of Americans. And
Yes.
I have been trying to do this, just make them aware that this is a tactic by the CCP. The CCP absolutely is not China. China is a civilization and CCP is a regime. And CCP is a regime with imported foreign ideology, communism, and it came from Europe. It's nothing to do with Chinese civilization.
Yes.
And here, the sign here is serve the people. They never serve the people. They rule the people. They absolutely the rulers of the Chinese people by enslave every one of us.
Yeah, 100%. And exactly, your foreign imported ideology. I kind of see communism as like a parasite that kind of latches onto countries, and it latched onto China, in the early part of the 20th century. Unfortunately, as for the viewers, you have to get this book. It's brilliant how she goes in the Made in America book, the recent book. She goes into great detail about the origins of the communist movement in China. My God, what an absolute car crash when the Americans start getting involved and supporting the wrong people and not suppressing the communists. And obviously this all culminated in the creation of the People's Republic of China in 1949. People have to look at their history here. Like you said, it doesn't even belong in the country in the first place. As well as that, looking at the States and what's been going on, as far as I'm aware, Canada is pretty much gone as far as I'm concerned. There's just too many people brainwashed with Marxism, unfortunately. And this obviously has it's not as big or powerful as the States at all, but it is right there on the northern border. And as far as I know, China controls an awful lot within Canada, which shouldn't surprise us. When you have a country full of lefties, they're sympathetic to communism, in come the Chinese, they don't see them as a threat, and China starts to control everything. I mean, how concerned should Americans be about what's happening in Canada?
They should be very concerned, and they should take it as an example of what can become of us. And in the CCP, just yesterday, I saw a report like there was like a 500 some organization identified by this report that were controlled by the CCP. I said more than that. I would say absolutely more than that. And because in America, CCP has embedded in every part of our society. And there's just almost like there's even anti-CCP organizations, they infiltrate. They will not let go any organizations. And even those anti-CCP organization, the matter is how successful they are, but they infiltrate. They infiltrate everyone. They infiltrate our political party, churches, and government, and cultural institution, educational institution, medical. There's just no place that you can't see the hidden hands of the CCP. That's how dangerous it is. And before, in my book, I did say that before 1949, there's a lot of so-called naive Americans and helped, maybe unknowingly, I will give them a little bit benefit of doubt, unknowingly, to help the CCP to take over China. But since then, it is many of them is pure greed, absolutely just greed. They don't care. What they do is going to hurt Americans, and they don't care. They just want to get their share of the pie. What they say that is China is a place to get rich. So I think this is a really very, very sad to see that after dealing with the CCP for the past 3 or 4 decades, they absolutely successfully imported the worst corruption into the Western society. And look at our politicians and how many of them are owned by the CCP. Don't look just at the Democratic Party, and look at the Republican Party as well. Look at the Republican leaders, such as Mitch McConnell. And I featured him in the book.
Yes. Oh yeah, so yeah, exactly. People have to open their minds here and see who is colluding with them. Like you said, it could be for money, it could be because they believe in communism or they're just corrupt or whatever. As I've been arguing for a while, the only thing that's going to potentially stop this is 100% refusal to engage or support with any sort of Marxist ideology or communist regimes at all. I mean, you actually brilliantly point out in the book as well, just to kind of zoom out again for the bigger picture. You talk about, I'll just quote like just one sentence very quickly from the book where you said, there is something I've been trying to warn the American people about. Communism is globalism, or perhaps better phrased for today's reader, globalism is communism. So could you expand on that for us, for the viewers?
Yeah, this is so important, and that's why I try to explain that in the book and for people to understand. Globalism is like you want to take over the world. That's exactly what communism is about. When I was little, every one of us were taught our duty is to help to liberate every country in the world. Only then we enter into the phase of communism. So China, even today, they call themselves a socialist country. And
Yes.
because according to Karl Marx, you have until every country in the world becomes socialist, and then we enter into communism. So it is absolutely global, and it's taught to little kids like us in school. And so if you don't understand that, and then you miss the whole point. They are there not to do business with America and peacefully with Europe. They're going to take all us over.
Yes, 100%. This is it. It's global totalitarianism, global control. I've been trying to say this to people for a while that if you have a country like China, which has this parasite, the CCP, at the head of the nation, who's very belligerent, we can see they're getting more and more aggressive. They're using the Belt and Road Initiative to gain more territory. I heard recently that they have bought or control pretty much all of the ports around the circumference of Africa. This is incredible stuff. They're sending their fishing fleets into Argentina's waters. They're starting trouble with all their neighbors. It couldn't be more obvious that they've got global ambitions. And we know as well about their connections with the United Nations, the World Health Organizations, COVID. There's no limit to what they'll kind of try, I don't think. And as you said, sorry.
Yeah, they absolutely take over all the international organizations. They came in, and because we allowed the CCP into a so-called, I call it a gentleman's club, that the rule, everyone has to follow the rule. Now you let in a gangster, and what do you expect? And after all these years, CCP broke every rule and then infiltrated and controlled every of those international organizations. And what they do now, when Trump wants to destroy that the water and build a new water, they want to defend the international law. Now the CCP, the lawbreaker, want to defend the international law. So you can see what really happened. They absolutely took over the old world, and then now they want to defend it.
It's incredible. Yeah, that's typical of when you're dealing with a snake. Sometimes they'll completely have no disregard for the rules, break them, abuse them or whatever. And when it suits them, they'll go back to the rule book if it suits their agenda. It's just they're constantly moving the goalposts. In terms of, say, again, how dangerous they are to the states. I mean, I knew about when COVID happened straight away. I knew something was going on. It was connected with communism. You mentioned fentanyl as well. So we had the COVID situation, which it affected the whole West. Fentanyl in particular seems to be attacking the United States of America. And then recently as well, I heard about the biolabs. Chinese nationals were running these biolabs near Las Vegas. And I'll just read a very quick, just one sentence here. I can't remember where I got this quote. I think it was from an article, but it said, on January 31st, 2026, the FBI raided 2 illegal biolabs in Las Vegas linked to CCP-connected companies. Over 1,000 samples labeled HIV, COVID and Ebola were seized and sent for analysis. This is incredible stuff. I mean, we're talking about biological attacks on the Americans. Do you think Americans would accept this, this level of aggression and these kind of evil intentions?
Of course not. And also, there's a report of them bringing in the kind of a virus that will kill the crops. And then, or what happens when you have no food? It's a weapon. It's bioweapon. And I think more and more Americans should know all this. And I don't think the news organization really made this a big deal. And I learned it from Fox. And not every major media outlet reported this. People need to understand it. It is, they want us dead. They do. They want to take us over, and they want us all dead. So that is absolutely a matter of life and death. And I think we have some time left. I do really want to talk about Ireland. I think Ireland is absolutely a very interesting case of cultural Marxism. And so I'm sure you'll have a whole lot more to say, but I think this is Ireland is a very peculiar case, and how cultural Marxism is taking over the country. And so one of the things nowadays we hear is decolonization, correct? Everywhere you go, and we hear this decolonization. And so what it means is, of course, the Western power have been colonized many parts of the world, include China. Actually, they colonized parts of China as well in the early 19th century. No, the 1900, 20th century. So it sounds like okay. So the Western countries are guilty of colonization. Of course, they don't mention that there are a lot of other civilizations colonized, and such as the Chinese. The Chinese have colonized a lot of places too, and you can see that not every part of China, or almost like half of the territory, of people that are not Han Chinese. But for Ireland, it is so interesting, because Ireland was being colonized. It was never a colonizer. It was being colonized, but it doesn't matter. They imported the race Marxism to Ireland, and then blame the Irish as white supremacists for just being white. And I think many Irish go with it. They're fine. And then they imported people from other parts of the world, and then they automatically become oppressed in Ireland. And this is something I just find that fascinating, that a lot of Irish, especially the leftists, they seems to be fine with this absolute absurd accusation that Irish people are racist, Irish people are guilty of the original sin of colonization. What do you think?
Oh yeah, well, Ireland is a real special case, and it's interestingly in my opinion, it's connected to the fact that Ireland was under the control of the British Crown. Before that was the English Crown, going back to about the 12th century. I think we had the Cambro Normans came in, which was the first type of English person to come in, and for arguably 800 years, Ireland was ruled by the British till, well, we'll say we use 1921-22 as a marker with the Anglo-Irish Treaty. But my theory is that we've been told all of our lives in the 20th century, particularly by the Marxists in Ireland, that we were like victims of British imperial oppression in the past, or also that we were oppressed by the Catholic Church. And I think that kind of mentality led people in Ireland to buy into Marxism, in a strange kind of way. Like, as you said, it's like inverted. We have more in common with African countries in some ways, even though we're ethnically Irish. But people have bought into this. I think it's the education system and all the brainwashing. It's kind of latched on to Irish nationalism. It's kind of complex, but I think that's kind of where it comes from. I'm sure it's fascinating to you that how could this have kind of latched on in Ireland? It's fascinating, isn't it?
Absolutely fascinating, yes, and it's just, to me, it's so absurd, but again, I see a lot of the Irish leftists absolutely bought into it, and now Ireland is really, really. I think it's become the front line of the battle against cultural Marxism, and then recently, a high school teacher was arrested for refusing to call a transgender the preferred pronoun.
Yes.
And this is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, there's definitely pushback now happening in Ireland. People are starting to catch on. So the gentleman you referred to is Enoch Burke. He's a teacher from a very strong fundamentalist Christian family, and he was basically, got himself in trouble with the authorities. He refused to kind of play that game, as you said, and he kept going back to the school, and he got in trouble. I can't remember his status now because I think he's out of prison now. Finally, I don't know if he's gone back in there, but it goes on. But Irish people are starting to wake up. There's certainly a great fighting spirit in Ireland, and the nationalist movement, the patriotic movement has been kind of building, but I've been trying to get the message across. There's a lot of confusion in Ireland. We have a lot of infiltration, and the lefties are tied in with the system, and I've been trying my best to explain to people this is an ideological struggle. They can't just simply think about, they can't just think about politics and try to just vote their way out of it without trying to understand Marxism, because as you know as well, the lefties are very good at derailing and sabotaging nationalist movements, and I've been saying to Irish patriots for a while, you guys are going to get your asses kicked because the nationalist movement hasn't even gotten itself off the ground properly in Ireland. There isn't one patriotic representative in the Irish Parliament, the Irish Dáil, still, now at 2026. And because the system is so corrupt, it's controlled by lefties, the globalists, and there's a lot of work to be done. But would I be right in saying maybe the solution out of this is people elevate their understanding of Marxism and, try to diminish its influence, kind of?
I think so. I think that only when they understand, and also through history, understand, a concept is one thing, but understand the history, to learn about the history, that how the communists and Marxists would use identity to divide people. And in China, in my first book, I explained in very much detail of how they divide the Chinese people, and since we are all Chinese, so they divided by class, by whether you or your family own anything. If you do, then you are classified as the black class, the enemy of the state. Yes. And everyone has a label. Everyone has a label, and you live by your label. If you have a black label and versus red label, and you are second class citizens, and you were discriminated against, and you were persecuted, not just you and your children and your children's children. That's always what they do. They divide people, giving people a label. And the other thing, you talk about the nationalism. Also, I think the wokeism is against national sovereignty. That's why in the United States they call they have many categories of calling people basically a label that called make them an enemy. And one of these Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is somehow a label that they use to demonize the right wingers. But this is very interesting that nationalism is a weapon for the communists. In China, they use nationalists to really push the revolution. The goal is to kick out the imperialists from the West, the Americans, the British, and whatever. And now they are defending their national sovereignty. But at the same time, it is national sovereignty. If you talk about national sovereignty in the West, you are a bigot. You absolutely are the enemy of the people. So you can see that nationalism is something that the communists use when it's good for their cause, and then the communists denounce when it's not good for their cause. Because in the West, they really want people to forget about your country. They want you to forget about your sovereignty. They want you to feel like you're part of the globalism, and then you forget about your own identity, which is important. Being American is important, and being Irish is important. Do you see what I mean? They use it in a different way, all for the to benefit their cause.
Exactly. Yeah, they need to, and you said it there. They like to put people in boxes so they can go, oh, stroke the chin, and they start to criticize you, like the critical theory tactic. They break down nationalism and they put it in the box, and they demonize it any way they can to kind of brainwash people and encourage them to be part, to join the revolution and be part of the collective. And I mean, in Ireland as well, as you know as well, woke is kind of just part of this, and woke doesn't apply in the communist countries. So a lot of people in Ireland have fallen for the trick that when they hear, say, Putin saying, oh, we respect Christianity in Russia, we have traditional values, and look at the West is falling apart, it doesn't have any moral standards. They don't understand that in a communist regime, they don't allow any of that stuff in their countries because they want strength. They're happy for Western countries to be weak. So a kind of differential is created. Is that a fair assessment, do you think?
Yeah, I do think, but I also want to emphasize that not all identity is bad. If you put people in a box, label them according to their race, their sex, their orientation, that is divisive. But we all have identity. That is our national identity. That's why we should all call ourselves Americans, or you should all call yourself Irish. That's our identity. That is uniting. That unite people. And the other identity is to divide people.
Yes, 100%. It is a lot. At least a lot of people have caught on to that much in Ireland. There's plenty of people have caught on that clearly. The solution to stop communism, globalism, is for people to be more nationalistic and patriotic. At least that's happening, and more people are getting on board because obviously globalism is the idea of creating member states of the world. We're in solidarity, a socialist federation of the world. The commies have been talking about this for about 150 years now. So clearly the solution is to take a strong nationalistic stance. I just, as an add-on to that, I just hope that people engage more with the Marxist thing to understand that it's like a parasite. Because in Ireland, like I said, there's a lot of ignorance of the tactics that the left uses. They're very good at destabilizing, sabotaging nationalist groups. I think that would make a difference in Ireland's case.
Yes, and also this is very important for people to compare what the communists do in communist countries and what they do in the Western countries. In the communist country, in China, they try to wipe out all these nationalities inside China. They try to teach the Tibetan kids Chinese so that they could no longer communicate with their parents or grandparents after they went back to school, because the school mostly boarding school for the nomad people. And they try to erase the ethnicity. They try to erase their heritage, and they want everyone to be controlled by the CCP. And in the West, they want to tribalism. They want to encourage cultural multiculturalism. So we all forget about our greatest identity, being American. We become Chinese, we become Somali, we become whatever, we become tribes. And that's how they divide us. So I think by comparison, we know that Marxism and communism, they use different strategy in different situations, but the goal is always the same. The goal is to control, the goal is to have more power.
Yeah, 100%. And I always just try to encourage people. I mean, I often describe Marxism as being like, I often talk about, say, on a computer system, you have antivirus software, and every time you load up the software, you initiate the software, it updates itself with all the new types of viruses because new ones are coming out all the time. I think Marxism is like that with its tactics. It's got all the old tactics. It's coming out with new tactics all the time. And I don't think the patriotic movements are going to really be able to defeat this thing unless they inform themselves of the history of this thing and the different tactics that it uses. And do you think it's amazing as well that what woke is, or cultural Marxism, some people call it woke, the progressivism and so on, has done a really good job of eroding lots of things in the West, particularly patriotism and national borders and so on. And after decades of that, now we see the Communist alliance of Russia, China, North Korea, and their allies are becoming more aggressive. Russia's in Ukraine, China is chomping at the bit. The PRC is, the CCP is chomping at the bit to take Taiwan and start trouble with its neighbors. I mean, they're clearly becoming more and more aggressive. North Korean troops have been, participating in Ukraine, and they're all working together. It's amazing that people can't see this, that it seems like the communist movement is now kind of circling what they think they're circling the carcass of the West. Am I crazy, or am I onto something?
Yeah, that's what their strategy, and the Mao's strategy of countryside encircle the city. That's how he took over China. And now they're using the same thing. They're using the different countries and to encircle the West, basically, such as Iran, Venezuela, and a lot of the third world country, and they want to be the leader of those countries to encircle the West. But it's been and I'm just so glad that Trump understands our number one threat, no question about it, is the CCP. Everything he has done so far is to weaken the CCP without even confronting it directly. And I think with Iran and Venezuela gone, we'll see that CCP will be weakened dramatically and have no more cheap access to cheap oil. And also, it's just a little axis of evil is now unraveling. So I'm very optimistic about what Trump is doing, and I think eventually we'll see that CCP turned out to be just a paper tiger.
Absolutely, yeah, great points. And just as we come towards the end here, we've got a few more minutes to go. What do you think it would take for more Americans to wake up and take this a lot more seriously, or indeed people across the West? You talk in the book about the naivete of certain Americans dealing with the CCP. The Chinese call them, or the communists in China called them friends of the Chinese people, and even now that's still kind of a factor. Do you think that perhaps it will take something more dramatic or aggressive, or an aggressive action against the states to kind of wake more people up?
I don't know. I think this is a daunting task, and I'm glad you're doing it. I'm doing it. Try to educate as many people as possible. That's why I always try my best. Whoever asks me to go somewhere to talk, and I will do it, and we will wake up as many as people as possible. But it's very daunting because the mainstream media is not on our side. And a lot of people, just like the Catholic school I mentioned to you, and even today, she did not understand, the school principal did not understand that China is not CCP. To have someone who lived through a cultural revolution talk about the danger of communism is not offensive. It's not offensive to Chinese students. Even the Chinese students need to learn about it, because communism victimized everybody. So yeah, it's because the conservatives have been asleep for so long. By the time we woke up, our institutions are all gone. It's all under the control of the leftist, and that is the fact. The long march through institution has been so successful, and we'll just do as much as we can. I don't know. I don't see a quick fix. But something really, really encouraging. Yesterday, I got a request. Someone in Princeton is teaching the students a course on totalitarianism. And the professor wanted the student to interview people who lived under totalitarianism, such as me, to interview me to write a paper. I said, wow, Princeton talking about teaching students about totalitarianism. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's kind of slow, but at least I see some encouraging signs everywhere.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead right. And when you said as well that there's no quick fix, I mean, the communists have managed to get their tentacles into everything, and that didn't happen overnight. So logically, we can't fix this in a few days, and we're dealing with indoctrinated people like Yuri Bezmenov, one of the great Soviet defectors, said once that some of these people are just contaminated. It's going to take a while to generate new generations of students with patriotic values and so on. And just as we come towards the end here, Xi, anything else you would like to add, say, for example, like a message of encouragement to Irish patriots or British patriots or Europeans, what steps can they take to help to stop this pretty much and save their countries?
Yes, I would say, especially this year is the 250th anniversary for the independence of America. And I encourage everyone, and I have been doing a lot of visit to historical site to celebrate this very special occasion. I think you have to love your country. You have to love your heritage in order to defend it, right? So you can't just say, we're going to defeat communism and Marxism. But the first thing is you have to learn to love your country, especially for the young people, to love your nation, to love, especially in America, to love this great country that so many millions of people want to come here, to be part of it. And Ireland too. Ireland is such a great country with great civilization. Learn to love it, and then you would have the courage to defend it. Europe is worth saving. Ireland is worth saving. United States is worth saving. We have to save all of them.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, G. It's been a real honor speaking to you. And for the viewers, I would highly recommend the book Made in America, the hidden history of how the US enabled communist China and created our greatest threat. But to emphasize, it's not just about communism affecting the states. This is a global issue. So for the viewers, I urge you to please, study into this. It doesn't have to be me or just G. And there's lots of others out there, but I'd highly recommend this book and continue your studies after that, because this is a battle for civilization itself. And Xi, I really respect the work that you do. Stellar work. I'm really glad you took the leap a few years ago and decided to throw yourself into this. And you said that it was God's work. Thank God the American patriots, many of them understand you, and they're going to carry you forward. So long may it continue. I'm sure we'll chat again sometime. But thank you very much, Xi, for your time today. It's been a real pleasure.
Same here. Thank you so much.
No problem at all. Just close out the show. Just give me one moment. Thank you. Okay, folks, thank you very much for watching. That was Xi Van Fleet talking about communism across the world, how it impacts on the States. But our new book is Made in America, the hidden history of how the US enabled communist China and created our greatest threat. It's available on a bunch of different platforms, Amazon and so on. I got the Kindle version recently, so a great book, almost finished it. Thank you very much, folks. Really appreciate your support as usual. If you're watching back, please do like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, because I think I am being restricted recently. I'm not sure what the cause is, but I think it's because of the EU directives and so on are starting to clamp down on this kind of content. So I'd appreciate any of your support at all. So thank you very much, folks.
Good evening, folks. Just playing some archive content this evening, a new studio setup, so just testing out some bits and pieces here. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'm going to play something else now shortly.
And that
that compares to Christianity as well. Welcome, here's another short audio piece talking about Marxism, this time Marxism's relationship with Satanism, and also how that compares to Christianity as well. So in my book, Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult, I've got a section talking about the importance of Christianity for Western civilization, that Christianity is one of the pillars of the West, capitalism, Christianity, culture, and the traditional family unit. And communism has always been anti-Christianity overall, and it's obvious to see the historical examples, the persecution of Christians in the Bolshevik regime in the Soviet Union post-1917, the Holodomor genocide, the Spanish Civil War, and more examples of anti-Christian hatred. We had Red China's persecution of monks in Tibet, their persecution of the Falun Gong, which is the pretty harmless spiritual meditation group in China, and they use those Falun Gong members for organ harvesting, which is quite horrific. And also the fact that they use the Uyghur Muslims as slaves in the Xinjiang province, autonomous zone, for slave labor and so on. So there's countless examples of this anti-Christianity all through communism. The desecration of churches and temples shows this anti-religious, particularly anti-Christian side to communism. And in the section of the book where I talk about destruction of the church and religion, here's a few quotes from the book. Quote, "Socialism is precisely the religion that must overwhelm Christianity." Antonio Gramsci, Prison Notebooks, 1929 to 1935. Another one, quote, "We communists are like Judas. It is our bloody work to crucify Christ, but this sinful work is at the same time our calling. Only through death on the cross does Christ become God, and this is necessary to be able to save the world. We communists then take the sins of the world upon us in order to be able to thereby to save the world." Georgi Lukács in Communist Hungary, 1919. Another one, quote, "Communism is that stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them." End quote. Friedrich Engels, The Communist Question of Faith, 1847. And finally, quote, "Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of the heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people." End quote. Karl Marx, Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, 1844. So this hatred of Christianity as well has been all through Karl Marx's work from his poem Human Pride. Quote, "With disdain I will throw my gauntlet full in the face of the world and see the collapse of this pygmy giant whose fall will not stifle my ardour. Then I will wander, godlike and victorious, through the ruins of the world, and, giving my words an active force, I will feel equal to the Creator." End quote. So there we can see clearly that Marx wasn't atheist. He believed in God, but he was anti-God. That's a big difference. So communism has a reputation of being atheistic, but the truth of it really is that it's satanic. And this is something that more and more people are catching on to. But when we say satanic, what does that mean? People have different interpretations. They might have limited knowledge. Certainly a person, if they're, say, a Christian, for example, they would be very familiar with this concept coming from the Bible, being aware of what Satan is. But what is Satanism? Now, before we get into more detail, anybody can be satanic, even Christians. A person can identify as whatever they want in this life, but their actions, their behavior can be satanic. So, for example, the idea of being service to self, being more self-orientated and being more concerned with yourself than looking after other people is satanic. Another kind of element of Satanism is the idea of denial, the denial of godly or universal morality, that there's no such thing as universal right or wrong. And connected in with that, the idea of moral relativism, or psychopathy, in other words, the idea of a person making up their own version of what's right and what's wrong, which obviously allows a person to engage in harmful or negative behavior because they can just invent what they think is right or wrong. What it's really all about what's good for them, back to the service to self and kind of narcissism thing. Another element to Satanism is the idea of being against God or against God's plan for the world. Now, I appreciate a lot of you, they might not believe in God, you might not be religious,
It doesn't really matter if someone's atheist or they're Christian. We're all dealing with what globalism is doing to the world. You don't have to be Christian to fight globalism, but certainly Christians have an advantage in understanding the satanic side of all this. So being against God's plan or being against nature or the natural order is another way of putting it. Satanism is against those things, and being against those things, being against the natural order and God's plan, it tends to create chaos and destruction, which is exactly what Marxism does. Also, there's the satanic idea that human beings are no good, that God made a mistake, that humanity doesn't deserve to be here in a sense. That's kind of Satan's perspective in a sense. Another example is, a person, they're having their life dedicated towards hatred and not love. Well, hatred is the idea of can generate negative energy and cause harm to other people. So if a person dedicates their life towards hatred and not love, that is just another example of being more satanic than being godly in a sense. So like I said, Christians have an advantage in understanding this stuff, but they're also quite limited in knowledge because they won't really go outside the Bible and other Christian books. They won't study into the occult, or they certainly wouldn't understand Satanism and looked into that. So they've got quite limited knowledge. So if you look at the Bible, you remember, what was the devil's brief? Well, the devil was kind of like not equal to God, but a subordinate of God. Right? I can't remember the passages, but remember how God was almost like the boss, and the devil was carrying out a mission for God of being the opposer. So the word Satan, I think it's from the Hebrew or the Sanskrit word shatan, meaning opposer. Right? So opposing what? Well, opposing God's plan. So Satan was also known as being the tempter, the slanderer, the deceiver, not just of Jesus, but of humanity in general. So, tempting Jesus in the desert when he was fasting, but not just that, but of tempting humanity in general. Now, again, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or the devil or you believe in this stuff. Look at what's happening in the world right now, and you can see this satanic influence coming in through all the stuff that Marxism does. We'll get into examples of that later. But basically, if you remember, Satan's brief was not necessarily to destroy human beings, but to get them to destroy themselves with their own free will. That's a big difference, and that's really at the heart of this, because you look at Marxist brainwashing, it turns people into anti-humans. It brainwashes them in such a way that they actually believe that destruction is benevolent, or being anti-life and being anti-God's creation, that those things are good and not evil, right? So we'll get to inversion in a moment, but for an example, what I'm talking about, abortion is clearly an example of something that's been pushed by Marxism via the feminist movement that's against creation, and that's actually death. You couldn't get a better example of something that's more satanic than abortion. It's an act that a human being can do, which is more about themselves than about giving and about creating life, and it's against God and it's obviously against nature, because it's obviously natural for women to give birth, but it's unnatural to have an abortion. So this is why Marxism traditionally, the communist movement, has been against Christianity, because Christianity, okay, even though it may have been distorted in some ways, and some of it's up for debate in many ways, it is generally good for Western civilization. And even though there might, say the Catholic Church, which we'll get to a bit later, has been, representative of Christianity, and so many others have been different interpretations of Christianity, but in general, Christianity represents the natural order, universal morality, the creation, etc., and the creator. So, but Satanism, then another element of Satanism is the idea of turning all that upside down. Inversion and deception, turning things upside down. So an example of that would be feminism and also the trans movement. Feminism as, turning traditional gender roles upside down, encouraging women to be more dominant and aggressive and more egotistical and less timid and feminine, and encouraging men to be more timid, passive, to let women take control more, and so on. So that's the example of the inversion I'm talking about, and as we've seen, the results of that have been catastrophic. By allowing women to become more dominant and aggressive, it's bad for them, it's bad for society, it's bad for global affairs, and so on, because they're just not suited to it. And men are obviously, when men become more timid, recessive, pacifist, that's bad as well, because they should be taking the lead, particularly when it comes to the defense of nations and the defense of their families and communities and so on. We also have, the inversion in the trans movement, right? The inversion of gender. We've seen that quite clearly. They're literally trying to make male into female, female into male. And they've used, the trans movement through hormone replacement therapy and gender, sexual reassignment surgery and all this bullshit to try to go against God's plan, go against nature. And one of the oldest examples of the natural order in humanity is male and female. And we've seen, thanks to not just the trans movement, but the modern age with our processed food diets, lack of animal fats, less sunshine, sugars, drugs, everything else, and the internet and radio waves, microwaves, all this stuff has affected the genetics of human beings as well. And it's all that stuff has an impact on hormones and gender. It's not just the trans movement. And we've seen basically in this age that God's plan and the natural order has been distorted because of the modern age and what Marxism has done. Another kind of element here of this, which is Satanism, which will resonate hopefully to the audience, is Satanism is the idea of encouraging base emotions in people, or to bringing out the hatred, the envy, the weakness, the arrogance, of creating chaos and destruction rather than harmony. Satanism is about all of that, causing divisions, and Marxism does all of that. It brings out all of that stuff through the indoctrination. It encourages human beings to be shitty human beings, pretty much, right? And a lot of this knowledge comes from the world of the occult, right, which is kind of, occult is from the occultari, or oculus meaning eye. Occultari in Latin is hidden from the eye or hidden from sight. So occult knowledge just is nothing to do with cults. Occult means hidden knowledge. This is the kind of knowledge that is not so much mainstream. It comes more from the conventional religions. It comes from other sources, shall we say. I personally kind of had an interest in this stuff because I believed in the New World Order and global elites and Satanism and secret societies, and I believed that those things existed, and I wanted to understand my enemy. So I spent a bit of time looking into these subjects, and this is where a lot of these concepts come from. So Satanism, again, one of the things it does is it brings out the worst in people and causes division and hate. An example of how Marxism does that is the whole socialism thing. Marxist socialism, the whole thing of we need to take from the rich and give to the poor. And what does that do? It makes the poor seem oppressed. The rich are the oppressors. And once you have that class struggle, and you put one person in the oppressed class and the other in the oppressor class tend to become a target, and they become on the receiving end of a lot of violence. And that's exactly what's happened in the history of communism. And how does all that work? Well, Marxism, because it has this satanic element to it, it encourages envy and hatred between those who don't have that much and those who have a lot more. And then the results we're plain to see, the destruction of civilizations, economic collapse, famine, genocide, and so on. That's how the so-called communist regimes of the 20th century was able to kill so many people. Yes, war, invasion, murder killed a lot of people and so on, but executions, but it was mostly starvation from governments that caused all that. And what did all that? Well, they were able to, state control, and they broke up society. They tried to remove the classes, take from the rich, give to the poor. And how people got on board with that was because of the satanic influence of Marxism. Their negative, aggressive emotions, their sense of disenfranchisement was encouraged in the beginning. And that's what led to all that death and destruction, one of the factors. Another thing which is quite satanic attached into Marxism is this notion of the people having gargantuan egos, believing that their purpose in this life is mainly to save the world in some way. It might be to save the women in feminism, to save the animals in veganism, to save the planet with climate change movement, which is one of the funniest examples of what I'm talking about. The idea that we are going to save the world is the height of arrogance. It's the opposite to humility or being humble. And Marxism has always encouraged that out of control ego. And as I pointed out as well, the out of control ego is not just restricted to people in that category of what we would call the political left or the liberals, progressive that they're erroneously called. They're all just Marxist cult members. But the ego is not just within that group. You can also get people with gargantuan egos on the political right as well. And I've been saying this for quite a while. People having these massive egos that they believe they are the ones who have the best answers, and they're going to come forward and lead us all and save our countries from being destroyed because of what this globalist system is doing. So this ego, like I said, Satanism is something that can contaminate people right across society. Relate to that as well as fear. So I was talking about Satanism bringing out people's the lower characteristics of human beings. There's lots of different types of courage, there's different types of fear. There's the fear of, being afraid of getting into a physical altercation. It can be a little bit disconcerting for people who've never been punched in the face before, or, being in the middle of a war zone or something. There's different types of fear, the fear of things like public speaking and so on. But a very important type of fear to talk about is inner fear, specifically the fear for you to self-criticize or to accept criticism from others. Because if you're afraid of that, it stops you from evolving as an individual, and it leads a person to becoming mentally weak or unevolved, or immature is another way of saying it. And if a person doesn't really evolve in this life, that leads them to have stupid thoughts, stupid actions. They end up being a liability to people around them, or a social parasite is another way of saying it. So they end up becoming unevolved. That's Satanism, the idea of human beings not evolving and becoming a low quality human being, regardless of their age. And obviously connected in with that then is people with grandiose egos or narcissists are usually cowards internally. They're afraid to face up to the truth about themselves and their limitations, or to face up to their issues. So in order to compensate for that, they project this idea of being having strength or being a warrior, etc. It's just fakery. It's not real toughness. And so that is really Satanism in action. When people don't have the courage to evolve as individuals, and they become imbalanced, and they become a low quality human being who's usually bad for themselves and bad for people around them. Now, there's a reason why communist movement has been against the Catholic Church. Of course, like I said, it's not the only denomination of Christianity on the planet, but the Catholic Church is also the biggest Christian organization on the planet. It's been very, very influential throughout human history, and that's why the communist movement has been very keen to attack it at every opportunity. So we have to ignore the corruptions within it and look at what the church overall was promoting for most of its history till Marxism started to really impact on it in the 20th century. It's the largest Christian organization in the world, highly influential, and it promoted traditional family values. There were certain ideas within Catholicism or Christianity in general that were good for civilization. The ideas of the traditional family unit of man and woman, the idea of producing children and having a family, the idea of respecting nature, looking after the land, of being prosperous and so on. These are all the kind of ideas that were encouraged not just in the Bible, but in Christianity as a whole. Now, it's no coincidence that in the 20th century, I mentioned before about the communist movements pretty much making a beeline for Christians, destroying churches, massacring Christians, committing horrible acts of satanic violence against Christians all through the history. But then we also have the feminist movement, in the 20th century in particular, when the different waves of feminism came along, particularly from the 1960s onwards, the feminist movement was getting a bit more brazen and started to oppose the church on things like the church's views on contraception, on abortion and so on, which opened the floodgates to abortion becoming normalized, which again is Satanism. So anything that gets in the way of life being created can be interpreted as being satanic, whether it's contraception or abortion and so on. And the feminist movement has done other things, like it's had a massive impact on the traditional family unit, it's normalized divorce, etc., etc. You can see all those examples there are plain to see. And I mentioned the trans movement, how it inverts gender, turns male into female, female into male, or it tries to anyway. Obviously it's all nonsense, because the cells in your body, the millions of cells in your body, your DNA is imprinted on your cells, and you can get all the surgery and take all the hormones you want to. If you were born a male, you'll still be a male, and the same goes if you're a female.
The trans movement, as we can see, destroys people's lives, not just psychologically, but destroys their bodies. It sterilizes people, which ties into the whole eugenics thing and population control, because it mostly affects white populations, people of European genetic stock. When you take hormone replacement therapy and have sexual or gender reassignment surgery, their bodies essentially become butchered, and then they end up not being able to have kids. That's Satanism. That's satanic undertones of Marxism. It's against God's creation. It's against nature, and it stops people from reproducing and creating more life. That's Satanism. So you can see the anti-life and anti-humanity undertones. It's not just about brainwashing and pop culture and trans activists. It's much deeper than all that. There's also the climate change movement as well, I mentioned, which is quite funny. It says that God made a mistake. God created humanity, and he just totally forgot that we were going to generate all these technologies to produce CO2, and that the planet would need to be saved and we'd have to start eating more leaves and all this nonsense. So the climate change movement is another example of this anti-God, anti-nature thing, and it says that we shouldn't use the animals for food, that we shouldn't use the resources on the planet like the fossil fuels and so on, that we should build these ungodly, unholy technologies like wind turbines and solar panels and all this crap to live on this planet. It's just there's a tremendous amount of arrogance at play here. And by the way, that's a very satanic thing as well, to say that we know better than the creator how things should go on this planet. It's all very satanic. And even with veganism as well, human beings, I don't want to go into too much of a tangent here, but I put this in the book, that it's very natural for human beings to eat animal products. It's very natural for us to do that. It's no coincidence now in the 20th century that we've never had bigger problems. We've never had problems like this before in our history, of people being anxiety and depression and lower birth rates and the lower testosterone levels and so on, and people having more early onset Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and so on. All these things a lot of it is connected in with our diets and the fact we don't eat animal products as much as we used to in the past. So veganism, again, is satanic because it's unnatural, it's against the natural order, and it suggests that we're not supposed to use the animals for food as God intended. So much more I could say on all that. As usual, thanks for listening. The website is resolvingor.com, so the letter R for Romeo, resolvingor.com. The book is Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult, available on many different platforms, including Amazon, Barnes & Noble, etc. So you can check out the website for those links. Also, you can find the content on YouTube, TikTok, and a bunch of other platforms. And make sure you follow on X at resolvingor. Thank you very much for listening, and I will speak to you in the next one. Short audio piece that's an add-on to a video that I made. This is a short audio piece that's an add-on to a video that I made recently. Well, it was an audio upload I made recently talking about the divisions within the Irish nationalist movement and its tendency to fracture or fragment into small groups, and how this is a problem because you're looking at Ireland, the population is 5.3 million in the Republic, and as you know, not everyone within that population is engaged against globalism, and obviously the nationalist movement or the right-wing movement is just a fraction of that, and itself is divided into smaller groups. So that's why it's very important that this group is as united as possible to a reasonable degree in order to achieve any sort of success, or this stuff is just going to go on continuously now. Globalism is going to keep transforming Ireland until Irish people are pretty much, demographically replaced in their own countries. And then, you could argue that all hope is lost and so on. So the clock is ticking, and these divisions and so on do matter. The numbers matter
as in who believes in what and whether or not they're part of one group or several groups. And as I pointed out, having divergent solutions is not good. People going in different directions, and also the dramas and conflicts between groups and individuals doesn't help either. So it's important that the solutions people put forward and the ideologies they have produce results, and they've got a good chance of achieving popular support. So having divergent opinions, solutions is not good, particularly ones that will never gain popular support. And as I did talk, we'll get into a big example of that now shortly. And as I've talked about in that clip as well, is a real lack of problem-solving intelligence in Ireland within the right-wing community. A lack of problem-solving intelligence, a lack of understanding of what's going to produce results. And then obviously egos come in as well. When people they have a habit of looking at things a certain way and are locked into their habits, their egos kick in and they're afraid to reevaluate their beliefs and where they stand on things. And that's not a good thing. So what I'm going to talk about in this clip is that there's a lot of people in the nationalist movement in Ireland who are fascinated with National Socialism. And this is actually a worldwide cult movement itself, because people have indoctrinated themselves into this idea that National Socialism is the solution, is the way out of the mess that we're in. And I actually believed in that myself to a degree at certain points, but then I kind of snapped myself out of it when I kind of evolved my understanding a little bit. And I've spent years being interested in that subject, World War II, what happened after World War I, Weimar Germany, and between 1919 and when the Nazis came to power in 1933, when Hitler was made Chancellor, and the struggles with communism after World War I, which I obviously know a lot about because I wrote a book about that stuff and the indoctrination. So I know all about that era, and I looked into it for many years from different angles. And before I continue, whatever people think, this is the lack of problem-solving intelligence I was talking about. Whatever people think about Hitler and the Nazis, whether they were good or bad, if they were misunderstood, or were they justified in doing what they did back then or whatever, it is almost irrelevant. That was a solution for their time. Hitler gained popular support in that era following World War I, when Germany was in disarray, and he published Mein Kampf 1924-25, and then there's the beer hall push. When he went to prison, that's where he did the book, and he came out and decided to go with popular support, and him and his group and their ideology was kind of born in that era as their solution to get out of that mess. It was inspired by elements of Marxism, but with a more nationalistic slant, and they had particular issues at that time that were unique to Germany at that time. That was a solution and a template and ideology for their situation. One of the big factors was the Versailles Treaty after World War I, where Germany was blamed for World War I, which wasn't really fair. They were hit with massive debt. The British essentially, blockaded them with a naval blockade to make them forced to sign the Treaty of Versailles, which put them into debt, gave up territory to France, reduced their army to nothing pretty much, and so on and so forth, right? So I know all of that. And what happened in Weimar Germany after that point with Hitler and the Nazis was kind of provoked to a certain degree, right? And that even goes back into history as far as, when Bismarck united Germany in 1871 and the Franco-Prussian War of the 1870s. There's a whole, historical background to leading up to World War II, which anybody, even the rookies, could kind of see. But my point here is that Ireland in 2025 has nothing in common with Germany back then. It's nothing in common with Weimar Germany. Just because we're dealing with some degeneracy now doesn't mean the situations are exactly the same. Germany it's a different part of the world, much more land, very different population levels as well. And the population in Germany coming up to World War II, I think up to 1933, around that period, the population was 80 million, right? So nothing in common with Ireland at all in terms of numbers, like which I mentioned at the beginning. We're never going to succeed to stop globalism in Ireland unless you've got a massive nationalistic movement. And trying to build a solution, say National Socialism is a solution for Ireland in the present, it's based on something that happened almost 100 years ago now in Germany, in a different part of the world, in a totally different situation. And, obviously the reason why the Nazis were able to come to power was a mixture of their political efforts plus also physical force. They developed a big movement with loads of men who were willing to actually beat back the communists and so on. We can't do that in Ireland. That can't be done. So say you've got a Justin Barrett type who feels he's the Irish Hitler with Clon Éireann and so on and so forth. It's delusional to think that he would ever be able to get enough men behind him to implement the system he's talking about. And as far as I know, he believes that the democratic system has failed because he kind of half tried it a little bit and he's sick of the political route, and now he thinks he can build a movement with a lot of guys standing behind him with masks and uniforms who are going to use brute force to get out of this mess. It's never, ever going to happen. And you can take that from somebody who knows exactly what happened in Germany. It's never going to happen, and it's delusional to think that it ever will. And another thing as well, the difference between Ireland and that situation back then, we don't have a problem with overrepresentation of Jews in Ireland. Like back in Germany, you could argue back in those days that was the case. That's a totally different situation. We don't have that problem in Ireland. The population in Ireland of Jews is, I think it's around a couple of thousand. Even if it's 5,000, that's nothing compared to the rest of the numbers and the rest of the population. We don't have a problem with overrepresentation of Jews. It's not true that they're the ones causing the problem in Ireland. Again, I remind you, anyone who knows my work should know by now, the problem in Ireland is that there are a lot of people who are apathetic, apolitical. I did a video about this. There's also a lot of people who are brainwashed into being pro-globalism, which is actually communism. You can call them lefties, progressive, liberals, whatever you want to. They're brainwashed to have an affinity towards globalism, open borders, internationalism. And the vast majority of these people, statistically speaking, are Irish, way up over 95%. I'm not saying 95% of the Irish population. I'm saying 95% of all the people pushing globalism, statistically speaking, in Ireland are not Jewish. It's Irish people who are brainwashed. So there's many reasons why the Irish situation has nothing at all to do or nothing at all in common with the situation in Germany back in those days. And again, to just, not an olive branch from saying whatever you think about how good Hitler was as a leader or benevolent the Nazis were or were not is besides the point. I'm saying they're different situations, and trying to put National Socialism on the table as a solution for Ireland in the present is a stupid idea. It doesn't take account into optics. It's stupid in terms of efficiency. It's never going to produce results, and it's a complete waste of time. And the reason why I'm making this clip is because, like I said, these divisions are not good. They don't produce results, and you're never going to gain any sort of popular support with this ideology, whether it's political or whether it's physical or anything else. It's never going to work or overthrowing the state. Never going to happen in Ireland. And the optics aren't good as well on an international stage. As many people should be aware by now, what we're really dealing with is international communism, aka globalism, and the optics of this aren't good. If you set out your stall as being National Socialist, you're immediately alienating yourself from other groups and even nations who don't agree with that ideology because they know better. The optics aren't good on a domestic political sense or international political sense. The optics aren't good. And obviously, of course, Jew hatred and blaming the Jews for everything and National Socialism tend to go hand in hand. So that leads to a few problems in itself. The Americans, who we think are the main obstacle to the spread of communism in the world and always has been, there are many people in America in positions of influence who are Jewish, and if they see the massive portion of the Irish population is brainwashed into thinking the Jews are behind everything or self-brainwashed, that doesn't look good. It's not good to gain support from the Americans. And there's a lot of people, some people in Ireland talking about how, it would be good that if we had support from the Americans to, gain financial support similar to what Sinn Féin has been doing for years, and maybe a new nationalist movement could try to do that. If you are associated with people who are obsessed with the Jews and National Socialism, that's not a good look. People are not going to give you the support in political or financial or otherwise. The whole thing of Jew hatred and National Socialism also tends to cloud people's judgment when it comes to the whole thing of the Palestine and Israel conflict, because it tends to lead people to have a bit more sympathy towards Palestine because of the whole Jew hatred thing, and they don't understand that it's much better if you're Irish to not give Palestinian activism an inch. You don't have to condone everything Israel does, you don't have to love Israel and Jewish people, but what you don't want to do is start giving your sympathy towards Palestinian activism because you think Israel and the Jews are evil. Or to think that they're equal, because they're not. Because as I talked about in the clip I put up recently about Zoran Mamdani, the Muslim mayor of New York, when I was talking about Islam and communism on a global scale. What this is really about is all about the spread of communism, and it's actually in our interests to be a little bit more pro-Israel if you're in a Western country than to be pro-Palestine. So a lot of these things are connected, but this is where people's beliefs start to cloud their judgment. And people in Ireland as well, they can call themselves National Socialists, but also be contaminated with Marxist thinking, and they've fallen for the Cold War propaganda that they should feel sympathy towards Palestine. This is not a good thing overall. It's not a good thing for nationalism in Ireland at all. And nationalists should know better not to support this. You know, they should know better. But of course, you know, these splits and again, people's egos kicking in, they haven't really thought this stuff out. Like, you're making a move on the chessboard. You know, you don't think one move ahead. You have to think 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. So in terms of optics and in terms of producing results, this whole stance is a bad idea. So should this stuff be platformed and people talk about free speech? Well, I would treat the National Socialism cult in a similar way as to way I would treat the Marxist cult in general. And obviously there's connections between them in terms of economic and state control and stuff like that, but they're not exactly the same. Should this stuff be platformed? I'm not suggesting that we should walk around and force people not to talk about this stuff, even if we could, but we do have the right to not platform this stuff. And that's the problem with alternative media, whether it's in Ireland or elsewhere, whether it's podcasts, X Spaces, YouTube videos, and so on. People believe that this free speech thing should be applied across the board, and we should allow people to come up onto a platform with bad ideas and allow them to add to the chaos. I actually don't agree with that, and I wouldn't platform anyone pushing any sort of Marxism or National Socialism on the public stage. You don't have to force your beliefs on them or not let them have opinions, but the same to me, also have the right not to platform them. And that's the stance that I would take, because in Ireland there has been a history of that. And there's an event recently, I think in Cork, which had a few speakers who were sympathetic towards that, and also Justin Barrett spoke as well. And you know, whoever was running the event obviously doesn't agree with my stance, which I think is against nationalism. They shouldn't really be platforming people with this ideology, because it can tend to catch on and perpetuates that problem I was talking about of divisions within the movement. To conclude here, I just want to say that I myself had an affinity towards that stuff a long time ago, and I can say from a personal psychology point of view, one of the reasons why I noticed people who tend to have aggressive streaks in their character, who are just really angry about what's happening, tend to have a soft spot for National Socialism and Hitler, because Hitler was regarded as being a good orator. Okay, he was probably off his face on methamphetamine half the time, but he was regarded as being a great orator, and he spoke with aggression and passion, and a lot of people are taken in by that. And usually people who tend to have themselves an aggressive stance on things, and they're more emotional than they are intelligent. They don't actually understand what National Socialism is in practice. They don't understand exactly what happened with Germany, and they don't understand what I've said in this video, that National Socialism is not the solution for Western countries today. But yet, because they're more emotional than intelligent, they will have an affinity for this stuff, and like Hitler and so on. Look, the man apparently shot himself in 1945. If that's how bad things are really in Ireland and Western countries, that people don't have much agency to think themselves, and they have to refer back to the opinions of somebody who died almost 100 years ago to tell them which way to go or which way to achieve success. And another thing as well, whether it's Justin Barrett or somebody else, the idea of basing your persona and character on somebody who died a long time ago is also not very good. I think the better way out of this for us is to be present, to be intelligent, to come up with solutions that are tailor-made for Ireland, that are good for us now, today, in the situation we're in. And as an add-on to that, remember that, again, not an olive branch, but people who have an affinity for Hitler and National Socialism, whatever you think about the way their situation back then, or whether or not it was justified for them to use that ideology, the bottom line is that all happened, and after World War II, the world developed the opinion that the Nazis were evil, and the truth of the matter is, whether that's true or not, we in the present now have to deal with that stereotyping, or whatever, there's a better word, I can't think for right now, that being put in that box and being judged now for having that ideological stance. It's just the way it is, and we're trying to deal with a small population like in Ireland, where people, not everyone's going to be nerds for this stuff like me or possibly you,
And they are just going to, as soon as they hear National Socialism and they hear you going on about Jew hatred, they're just going to switch off. You're never going to gain popular support. So World War II did happen. This is the situation we're in. And this is one of the several reasons why National Socialism as a solution is not a good idea for Ireland, is never going to gain popular support. And that's just one of the several bad habits I've noticed within the nationalist movement that really affects the efficiency, the efficacy of the nationalist movement overall. So my website is resolvingor.com. So that's the letter R for Romeo, resolvingor.com. My book is Red Pandemic, the Global Marxist Cult, which is about the real issue in the world, Marxism and Marxist brainwashing. Remember, globalism is Marxism, open borders, anti-patriotism, degeneracy, anti-Christianity, BLM, you name it, the climate change movement, etc., all comes from Marxism. Unless people understand Marxism and Marxist brainwashing, none of this is going to stop. The book is an introduction to this subject. I'd urge people to read it. The website, resolvingor.com. Thank you very much for listening, and I will speak to you in the next one.
Which kind of seems to have shocked a lot of
The Right Side with Doug Billings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, The Right Side with Doug Billings. Okay, my guest today, Emmett Connor, is the author of The Red Pandemic, the global Marxist cult. I want to bring him on right away and let him talk to you about this book. Like I said, I was on an X space with him the other day, and just an incredible amount of information about topics I think that you will find very interesting. Emmett, welcome to The Right Side. Reagan, let's bring him on. There he is.
Good afternoon, Doug. How you doing?
I love the accent. My homeland, Ireland. Emmett and I were talking a couple of days ago, and I told him that my ancestry hails from the Emerald Isle and Scotland, England, but primarily Ireland. And it's good to meet a fellow Irishman and to have him on the program. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you. Keeping busy. Everything's good.
Let's talk about it. Let's get right into it. Let's talk about your book, the Red Pandemic. Let's just start with that phrase of the book first. It's the global Marxist cult. And what when you talk about defining Red Pandemic in your mind, what is it?
So basically, I chose the word red because it's just the symbol, or traditionally the color of what people call communism. And then pandemic is, I was trying to link it in with COVID and to show that we had a more serious pandemic, or we have a more serious pandemic of crazy revolutionary behavior, and that it's coming from Marxism. So a little bit sensationalist, but it makes perfect sense. That's the first part of the title anyway. And then the rest of it then is obviously drawing attention to Marxism and the fact that it is indeed a cult movement. So we're dealing with fanatics, basically. We're trying to build some sort of new world.
And this is so the global phenomenon is one thing. We'll get to that. In America, before I met you, if someone were to say to me, the global Marxist cult, I have said, at least for 4 years on this program, that what we see in our Democrat Party, and just for your sake, I don't really refer to them as Democrats. They have blended communism, socialism, Marxism, fascism. They've blended all of the isms together. And the Democrat Party of John F. Kennedy, I mean, for goodness sakes, the Democratic Party of Bill Clinton, in my opinion, doesn't exist anymore. It's this commu-socialist movement that has put forth several items within their agenda. And just to summarize a couple of them, again, in my opinion, immorality, a complete devaluation of morality, of basic, what we call here in America, American traditional American values, which really I think can be defined as just Judeo-Christian values, and they absolutely are going to war with those values to fundamentally transform America away from that. Is that what you're seeing in Ireland and other countries around the world as well, Emmett?
Oh, absolutely. What you described, this kind of degeneration of the West, is a global issue, and that's what's helped me to wake up to what's happening. Is that I noticed the patterns, mass immigration, the things that affect us, radical sex ed, the climate change movement, the control of free speech, you name it, the trans movement, all of it, the attack on Christianity, the same pattern all across the West, all in a coordinated fashion. And of course, this didn't all just fall from the sky. This is quite old. And, it's really created this situation now where we're all kind of in this kind of struggle.
I saw a clip, and I'm not going to know the details, the gentleman's name. This was a clip that was taken on the grounds of an Irish university over in Ireland, and there was a professor being arrested, literally being arrested because he dared to speak out against the liberal agenda. I think it was the transgender movement specifically that he was refusing to engage and refusing to advocate that children would, for example, benefit from this transgender ideology and the policies and the platforms and the politics that surround all of that. They literally put him in a paddy wagon and took him away. And we see this in Europe. We've seen lots of stories from the UK, Britain, England, when doing the same thing, posting on social media a certain opinion, whether it be in the form of a meme or a video or whatever, being actually literally physically arrested. Is this part of the Marxist cult?
Yes, so what you described there is pretty much, as we've seen, to state the obvious. First of all, there's a massive double standard being created, where if you want to get out in the streets and be part of a trans march, or you want to be anti-capitalist, or you want to march for Palestinian rights, you'll be just fine because they're all in line with Marxism. But if you go and criticize the ideology or contradict it in any way, you better watch out. All of a sudden you don't have rights. The humanitarianism they love to champion doesn't apply to you the minute you contradict their narrative. And the gentleman you described is Enoch Burke. He's a teacher in Ireland who he's part of a religious family who are staunch Christians, and they love to get involved with activism, and they're great characters. And he basically didn't want to go along with the whole gender labeling, fiasco. And then he turned up against court order, and it turned into a big fiasco. Now he's been kind of in prison for quite a while, and he's a lot of protests because of it. So we can clearly see that totalitarianism is coming in now, and they've been trying to hide it as best they can. But of course, the more and more people complain, the more the state it can't hide it as well as it used to. And now it's getting a little bit obvious that this is very one-sided. The minute you go against this globalist internationalist monster, you don't have rights anymore. Ironically, they try to make you a second-class citizen. And I thought this movement was supposed to be against the class system, but apparently not.
Emmett, if you were sitting down to a table with a group of people who were not awake to the radicalization that in America we call the Democrat Party, who are not aware of the red pandemic, the global Marxist cult, the title of your book. If you were sitting down to a table with people who were totally unaware, how do you begin to explain to them and set up the truth about how this has taken place, how we got here? And let me just juxtapose that, because in America, I think many Americans look at 2020, the theft of an American presidential election and a pandemic were beset upon us. And for whatever reason, they believe that this catastrophe that we're in right now with the radical left Marxist cult movement was sprung upon us in 2020, when in fact, in my view, at least 126 years, this has been in the making. So how would you begin to wake people up if you had a chance to sit down and speak with them about this?
Well, I suppose, as you say there, it's very old and it's been very good. This ideology has been very good at repackaging itself. And how I would start is I would talk to an average everyday person, and you would talk to them about mass immigration. Say, do you think it's okay for Irish people to be a minority in their own country, or to lead that way? How do you feel about radical sex ed? Do you think it's okay to teach that to kids? And when you if they're reasonable and they're not brainwashed, they will agree with you across the board on all these things. And then what I would do is make the link to Marxism, because they're all based on the class struggle principle anyway, which was contained in the Communist Manifesto. It used to be about the rich against the poor, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But in the 20th century, the ideology mutated into different forms. So now, the migrants are the oppressed class. Us Westerners are obviously the oppressors. And feminism, same thing. Men are the oppressors, females are the oppressed. And socialism, rich and the poor. The trans ideology, same thing. It's all based on the idea that someone's being oppressed and they need to be saved. I mean, even the climate change movement is quite an amusing example, because the planet's oppressed. And we humans, us polluters, especially us capitalist polluters, are the oppressors. So it's the same formula wheeled out again and again. And I like to get that message across to people. All of the things they've been passionate about across the West in the last few decades are essentially coming from the one ideology. So my reasoning is, let's suppress the ideology and we'll start to see all these movements become derailed, because there's no fanaticism driving them anymore.
How do Marxists with this agenda get their foothold, Emmett? If we were to warn parents, for example, or anyone, how do they begin to get a foothold? How do they begin to sway what appears to be a lot of people? How do they do it?
Well, what's interesting, Doug, is that this thing is so old and it's become so sophisticated. I mean, say in the 1920s, for example, the Bolshevik Revolution was 1917. In 1919, under the orders of Lenin, they created the Third Communist International. So it's the Third Internationalist Communist Organization. And this is a key organization I mentioned in the book. And I actually listed every single communist group from since forever, in every single country, in every single continent. It took me a few months to put the tables together, but that was a key period, because even back then they were trying to get into the labor union movements, into education, getting involved in business, getting involved in politics. And even around that period as well, there was an Italian Marxist by the name of Antonio Gramsci. He was a big proponent of the idea of what they called the long march through the institutions, rather than having a violent overthrow with the pitchforks and so on, the torches. This was about injecting Marxist thought into the culture to slowly turn it Marxist. So they've been at this quite a long time. They're very, very good at it. And that's what you guys are dealing with in the States. As you mentioned, the Democratic Party are clearly Marxist. They're compromised all the way through. They represent the treasonous side, and the Republican side represents the patriotic side. And they've managed to get in because they understand that this is an ideological war. And they've had to hide their intentions. So controlling the education system, the media, the non-profit complex, you name it, it's all part of the game.
Emmett, we're almost up against a break. You have time to stay with me for the rest of the half hour here today?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my guest today, Emmett Connor, the author of the book, the must-read book, Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. Emmett, welcome back. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Doug. Great to be here.
Okay, obviously, as if your accent didn't give it away, you're from Ireland. You're in your homeland. You're back home. You get the idea for this book. What was the reason behind the idea for the book? Why the motivation to say this about what the Marxist cult really is?
Well, basically, it was around the time of about 2019, around that period, and I noticed the things I was describing, mass immigration, radical sex ed, climate change, all these things were hitting Ireland, like in all the other Western countries. And even the climate change movement, Ireland is a very, very small country. It pumps out very little CO2, yet we were supposed to, change how we do things. It seemed to be quite bizarre. And obviously I knew about communism for many years, so I started to join the dots. Also, there was the COVID situation, which had the fingerprints of international communism all over it, and also the BLM events in the US as well. Those things came together, and I kind of looked around at, I could see the connections, but I looked around at public discourse in Ireland at first, and I realized no one was talking about the connection here with international Marxism. So I started to look at discourse a little bit more, realized hardly anybody was talking about this at all. And I kind of did more investigation and thought I really have to do something about this to raise awareness, because people were not joining the dots. And obviously, one of the biggest consequences of Marxism infecting a country is the breakdown of sovereignty and this kind of fear of people being patriotic almost. So, it was starting to cause real problems. And that's what kind of started me off and put the book together.
Does Ireland have an immigration problem, a border problem like such as the United States, in any kind of similar form or fashion? Is there an immigration problem in Ireland?
Oh, massively so. And Ireland is actually in a more serious position than the States, because you guys have a lot more land and a bigger population. You're pushing almost 340 million. Ireland is like almost 7 million for the whole island, including the north, or slightly over. And obviously, we're starting to see the changes much quicker. In fact, there was a massive acceleration of mass immigration about, say, I'm not sure the time frame, maybe 5 to 10 years ago. There was a massive increase. It was almost like somebody hit the accelerator pad and they wanted Ireland to fill up faster. And we are at the edge of Europe, obviously, or we've got, the UK between us and the mainland, but they're coming in by plane mostly, and really making a big difference, causing a lot of problems, causing, breakdown in the services, a breakdown of law and order, racial tensions. And you've even got the state is now getting more heavy-handed and shoving migrants into migrant sites, old factories, even hotels and touristy accommodation, you name it. And when the Irish try to protest, now things are getting a bit more nasty. We're starting to see the state getting very heavy-handed and using public order units or riot squads to suppress the people. Things are getting really, really bad.
Certainly sounds familiar. So we see those things happen here as well. And let's talk about the book specifically. First of all, let's make sure we get this out there. Where can people find the book? Where can they buy the book?
Sure. So for Americans and Canadians, I suppose Amazon is a good place to go. First of all, nice and convenient. But if they go to my website, resolvingor.com, so R for Romeo, resolvingor.com, there's a page on the website dedicated to the book. It's got a basic overview with the images, etc., and also where people can buy. So it's on Barnes & Noble and some other outlets as well.
Excellent. All right. ResolvingR.com, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you head over there. Check it out. Amazon.com as well. The book is Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. You can't miss it, right? Red cover. It's got all. You can't miss it. Emmett, in my view, okay, so I talk about in America, I call them the Communist Socialist Party, formerly known as Democrat Party. And I caution Americans about anyone who says or states that America needs to be, quote unquote, fundamentally transformed. President Obama was the first American president to say that out loud, and it caused a lot of eyebrows to be raised back then. And even more so now in hindsight, I look back at that statement, and it's no doubt that's what they're trying to do. Now, this movement, this communist socialist movement, is in full, like you said, pedal to the metal, full force, full speed ahead. They have accelerated. They're no longer secretive. They're no longer hiding what they really believe. They want to fundamentally transform America, and they do it by attacking key pillars within this country. First and foremost, I think, the traditional family unit. And this began years ago. It's nothing new. When you look at the liberal trends and their agenda, if we can attack the family, if we can convince women that they don't need men, and if we can then begin to project this, as I call it, the wussification of men, the wussification of the American man, if we can begin to do this, then the LGBTQ kook, as I say, movement begins to settle in and becomes more easily accessible. And then second, I think their agenda is one thing. Their policies, their platform, their politics, that's one thing. They do what they do. In America, we're in a presidential election season, as you know. I believe that the radical left movement in America's number one goal is not the presidency of the United States. I believe that the radical liberal movement in America, their number one goal is to move the needle further to the left. That's number one. Now, they'll take the presidency if they can get it. Absolutely. It's not like they're going to turn it down. But their number one goal is, in my opinion, to move the needle further to the left. And that includes every topic that we're talking about. I mean, imagine 10 years ago talking about this fiction of gender misappropriation and the mutilation of children's genitalia as a pathway to happiness if they believe in that fiction. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about, and that's what they want to achieve. The further left they can get us, the better. That's their goal. Do you get a sense that that might be right?
Oh, spot on. There's no sign that there's a limit to how crazy they're going to push things. And looking at the history of the ideology, there's always another more extreme wave coming on the back of the last one. And usually, and we're seeing this a lot now, the new wave tends to wipe out the old wave, and they may even have infighting and so on. But yeah, everything you describe is all connected. And I agree that where they're pushing America, they're pushing that Overton window so much to the left that people have forgotten now. Being far right, like they say in Ireland, means you just got more traditionalist values. You're from the pit of hell if you're a traditionalist, because they've got it. What they've done is, linking to what you've said, they've got a monopoly on virtue. They've managed to convince people that the difference between right and wrong is the Marxist interpretation of what right and wrong is, and all of the chaos you're describing, the degeneracy and so on. This, I often say, this is really Satanism repackaged. It's against everything that's natural and part of creation, and there's no limit to how bad they're going to push things, basically.
And I continually believe that what they do, this chaos that we see in America, the chaos that you see in Ireland, is obviously purposeful, not a doubt. Evidence of the obvious is sufficient. We can see this. In America, with the border, dilute the American identity, grow the radical liberal electoral base, give them voting privileges, make them citizens without following the law, all of it to create crisis and chaos, because they believe in the long run, if they can convince people, if they can surround people with crisis and chaos, then they can convince people that the fastest way to remedy that is through big government, the state, right?
Yeah, they have a big history of doing that, and that's why, as you say, they're diametrically opposed to anything that stands in the way. So they'll obviously go after any sort of notions of free market, the concepts of liberalism or classical liberalism, the idea of having a right to do things like the right to own property or right to vote or have your religious beliefs. All that must be swept away to build the new utopia. And the reason why they want to bring everything under the control of a centralized government is because, Marx et al. And Vladimir Lenin believe that the people, quote unquote, should be in charge, but really what you end up with is a bunch of Marxist nutcases in charge, and there's no more freedom. So the only freedom that's left, as I describe in the book, the only kind of freedom you're allowed is freedom to be Marxist. Everything else needs to be annihilated because it gets in the way of utopia. So, and to add on to what you were saying, a big mistake people make, Doug, is, as you well know, they try to reason with these people, and we've been watching this for years. They try to debate with them and convince them of things, but you can't reason with crazy, and you can't reason with fundamentalist ideologues, and they're looking down on us. They know what's best for humanity, and they're going to drag us towards utopia. And any sort of death or destruction or sexual assault or murder or economic collapse or hardship, all of that's going to be worth it, because utopia it's just within reach. We just have to experiment with communism a little bit more, and we'll get there.
Emmett, I can't thank you enough for coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, the book, Red Pandemic, The Global Marxist Cult. You want to check it out. Emmett's website, resolvingr.com, resolvingr.com. You can get the book over there, Amazon, Barnes & Noble as well, but check out his website. Emmett, one of these days, I would hope that, and I've invited you, and you're going to think about coming to my conference in Branson, Missouri in December. Ladies and gentlemen, that's determinedpatriotismconference.com. If he decides that he likes me well enough to say yes, he may well be down there. You may get to meet him in person. And Emmett, when that happens, I'd love to have a pint of Guinness with you.
No problem. We'll make sure we'll celebrate the day for sure.
Yeah, hopefully by December 13th and 14th, we'll be celebrating a Trump victory here in the States. How long will you be with us in the colonies, as we say?
I'm not really sure what the plan is, Doug. I kind of come over here taking a leap of faith, trying to spread the gospel here of anti-Marxism. So we'll see what happens, and I'm open, but I'll definitely be here in December for sure.
Okay, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Emmett Connor, the website, resolvingr.com. Check it out. Emmett, God bless you. Thank you very much for being on the program. We appreciate you, and good luck with the book. Good luck with your time here in the United States.
Thank you, Doug. It's an honor. Thank you.
You bet. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for me. Thank you very much for joining us. We are in this together, standing shoulder to shoulder as we try to reclaim the republic from the grip of the commie socialists formerly known as Democrat Party. Remember, DougBillings.us. Head over there if you would. Consider a recurring monthly donation at DougBillings.us. And until tomorrow, take care of one another, ladies and gentlemen.